Hello everybody, welcome to our 10th episode. We've broken double digits, and none other than having KiXSTAr on as our special guest. I think that's pretty fitting for our very first double-digit episode.
You really missed the opportunity to say like as our next star or something.
Yeah, I probably should have.
Yeah.
Damn. Let's just get it out of the way. In French, 10 is 10, D-I-X. So I wanted to try to make a pun off of like Kicks on 6 episode 10, but then everybody's just going to read it as Kicks on 6 in episode Dix. Because nobody's going to know that DIX is 10 in French unless you're French. And then I felt like, okay, that's probably going to get lost in translation. I'm not going to do that.
Yep.
Probably for the best. So
better safe than sorry.
That's correct.
It would have been funny though.
I know you've done a lot of background stories, Michael, about like who you are and how you got here. But let's pretend that you've never done one before. And let's ask you, what made you get into Rainbow Six and how did you get your start in our scene?
What made me get into Rainbow Six? It was an FPS game that had just come out, and it hadn't come out, it was in beta. But I liked playing FPS games, and I saw the game, and I was like, I'm going to play that. That's it. Yep. I was in beta. I like playing all FPSs. I was just jumping from one to another at the time. Really just experimenting with anything that I could get my hands on. I happened to, prior to be playing Rainbow Six, I happened to be playing a really terrible game called Warface. Which coincidentally had the same gunplay mechanics for like the most part. So when I came into Siege, like right off the cuff, I already knew how to play it because it was just the same thing. It's just ADS, shoot, but with like leaning, and that's it. But yeah, there's not really anything else to talk about. I just saw the game and I was like, I want to play that.
What made you stick around after you tried it? Because just because you tried it doesn't mean you're going to like it.
I was really good at it, and it was satisfying to be good at. And I noticed that there was a lot of depth there. There were a lot of layers in Siege, and any pro player will tell you the same story. Really, with this sort of thing, it's like you kind of just pick up on the intrinsic value of Siege when you first play it. You can just kind of feel that this is that game, and I just had that same kind of thing as everybody else.
Now, when you start to get into it, it turns out you're pretty good. Before you got into competitive Rainbow Six, had you ever played any other game at a top level, or was this a new frontier for you?
No, new frontier. I had played games at a top level. If you consider small fish, much smaller pond top level. But I don't personally, so I'd say no, I'd never had. This is new frontiers. I wouldn't say I'm pretty good. I mean, like at the time, back in the start, I think when I was practicing every day, I was okay. But like, you stop practicing and then it kind of just drops off.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
You were also somebody who played at the beginning, Troy. So your expertise on this one is probably going to be better than mine, and you can speak the language of early Rainbow Six to Kicks better than I can.
Yeah, I'm familiar because when I first started playing, so I played like I think a month after release. You played like right when the game came out, right, Kicks?
I played the beta, and then like as the game came out, yeah. But I mean, the beta was only like a month or something, so
yeah. I remember when I first started playing, like there was like a small competitive scene established. Like I sucked at first. I sucked. I was like bronze, I think, when I first got placed. I was really bad. But anyways, I remember like watching streams and stuff. And actually, I think one of the first streams I watched was actually Necrox, Amar's stream. And that's like how I found out about the competitive scene. Is like I found about like I think it was like Fluffy's tournaments. They were like their community tournaments for nothing.
Did you listen to your leader?
I did not. People just played them for bragging rights though. And then like I remember that Amar had that team. It was Mythic, and then Kix was on the other Mythic team. It was like a second division. One was I forget what they were called. I think it was like Kraken and Hydra. I don't remember which
It was
which.
Kraken.
Was that yours? Or
Well, it wasn't
was that
mine. So it was just like the B team.
Okay.
Yeah.
Anyways, I remember the two of those, but yeah, I remember, and I remember you were like, you were nasty at the start of the game. I remember, because I remember watching, and I remember playing against you, and like it was noticeable because most people couldn't shoot and you could actually shoot. Basically, it felt like, I mean, that was that was one of the big things. Like no one really knew like the game extensively at the time, right? Like people knew like small things here and there. So like if you could really shoot, it definitely set you apart, especially at the start. Obviously, if you had more game knowledge, it would help too, but like there was only like so much game knowledge you could have at the time. Like everyone was kind of a noob. But yeah, I remember that team, and I remember it all. I remember all the mix-ups of like, I think you went to like the main roster, and then I think you were in the main roster of Hydra, and then you were no longer on, and you joined what became Orbit, which I ended up joining. And a lot of people don't know I actually teamed with KiX. For I think it was just a season. Yeah, one season.
About a season.
Yeah. And then I left the team with Young, and then shortly after you became a caster. I think it was like that same season right after, right? Like after a couple play days.
Yeah, I played like 2-3 matches in season 3, and then I dipped out and started casting. I at the start of before the season started, because I didn't want to leave in the middle of the season. After you guys left, before the season started, I told my team, because I wasn't really, the thing that was so different between the end of the first season and the end of the second season was, after the first season we were like, we're already practicing. We were like getting ready for the next season. We were like, we're gonna do better. We're gonna do better. After season 2, and then you guys left, nobody really wanted to do anything. It kind of felt like we stagnated. And there were other problems too. So I just said, before the season started, I said, guys, please replace me. I'm leaving. And then they're like, well, we need you for the 3-man rule. So I'm like, okay, I will play one match and then I'm leaving. And that kind of like got turned into 2 matches, and then they kept pushing it. And I'm like, okay, I'll play out the season for you. But if anything happens, if I have to deal with one little ounce of bull, that I'm leaving. And then it was one scrim. We were on Clubhouse, and several pounds of bull, and I just left. At the time, in the immediate, my plan was, I'll just stream until I can find another team. I'll figure out where I go. And that's it. Yeah.
What was it like teaming with each other? I mean, okay, so 2 questions. First, you spent a season together, and Troy's already smiling. So what was it like teaming together, and what was it like just teaming at that time in Rainbow Six in comparison to where you are now?
Is that question for me or Troy?
For both.
It's both.
For both.
You want to go first?
We were not good to each other or for each other, and we were quiet. There was, I think, a level of uncertainty for all people back then. There was a level of unknowing. Troy put it best earlier in the intro, where he was talking about how people didn't really know the game in and out, and we were all the same back in the start. We didn't know. So like the uncertainty, and I think the lack of depth. I don't know. It was a weird time.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, it was a different time in the game. Like roles were very simple. It was like just couple, like you just mained an operator or like 2 operators. It wasn't like no one like played like a bunch of them for the most part.
Well, there wasn't a lot of operators at the time, right? And if you go back and rewatch, it was like, it seemed like every attack was Sledge, Ash, Twitch, Thermite, Thatcher.
There was like a lot of different things, and then also like no operator bans, right? So yeah, like Thatcher and Thermite. It's a lot easier to open walls, but I will say people didn't know how to deal with bandit tricking as well back then, so that was a bit different. There was no Zofia to stun him, stuff like that. Also, shotguns were extremely overpowered. That was that was a big part of the game. It was like usually like on everything you did, like there was just a Spaz 12 or a Super 90 in the way that you had to deal with. So that was a big part of it. But yeah, overall, I mean, wasn't the best time on that team. I mean, it wasn't even anyone in particular though. Like I don't think I worked well with. Basically, I feel like the only one I worked really well with on the team was Young. I mean, that's why we left. There was a lot of conflict, and I think also just there was like differing, like there was, I don't know, there was like a conflict for leadership. Like also, I wasn't like I would just join the team, right? So I was like not the leader of the team, and I think I didn't like how things were run. And it wasn't really like I could just be like, all right, we got to fucking change this. And also, like, I don't think I even had the confidence in myself at the time to really say that.
Yeah.
It was more just, I would rather leave and like team with guys I know will listen to me and do that rather than try to change like 3 people that like they don't necessarily know, like they don't know me as well, so they don't know like I guess what I'm capable of or like what, like they have no real reason to believe me or follow me in that sense. But there was like a lot of problems in general, like even just outside of that, like I mean, Snake at the time was not the best teammate, especially like towards K9 or KiX. Snake was like really nice to me and Young. That's the funny thing is like, but he was toxic towards like KiX and K9. And then there's all sorts of conflict with that. And then when he was toxic towards K9, K9 would just disappear for 3 days and like not say a word. So that was another problem.
And then I would bite back.
Yeah.
Which caused more conflict because it just got in the way and muddied the waters.
Yeah. There was a lot of issues across the board.
It was not a good team.
Yeah, it wasn't a good mix of people. I think it could have worked out like for example, like if KiX was on a team with like me, Young, and like some of the other guys that were ended up on like that EG roster, like I think that could have worked out. Or like even like with Snake, or like I think only one of them. I think there was like too much conflict though. I think long term, no matter what, K9 was not a good option because K9's like a very stubborn person. He's quiet and like he doesn't.
Dude, you gotta respect your OGs, man.
Anyone that plays with K9 knows this. Like the guy doesn't move and he won't move.
People wonder why there's so many calls on so many maps called K9. And it's just because that's where he played.
And he wouldn't move. Like all 4 of you could tell him he needed to move and he wouldn't move.
That's where he's playing.
Like you would literally like you would go like K9, you need to rotate, and you'd be like, fuck you, dog. Whatever, dog. Like that was it. He just wasn't moving. So yeah, I mean that was another problem. But a lot of all in all though, like we were pretty good. We were good at the game, and we made it work. I mean, like we got second, in the world at the time. I mean,
yeah.
So we were good.
We almost went undefeated in North America.
Yeah,
one map.
And actually, funny enough, how I got the spot on the team. This is another interesting story. I think that more people don't know how I got the spot on the team is KiX. So they had their original roster. It was K9, Snake, KiX, Young, and Kush.
Okay,
Kush.
And they were kicking Kush. They were kicking Kush, so they needed one player. But then also at the same time, when they were like looking for one player, KiX got like fair fight banned, but it was like it wasn't real.
Yeah,
and like it was like a temporary scare, so they thought they might need 2.
Mm-hmm.
So they tried out me and Mint, actually.
Lyle Candor.
Yeah, and I ended up getting the spot, but I actually remember like we were trying out, and like I think it was either you or Snake, but someone basically like was like giving the pitch that like basically I was like I was like a support player and like a strat guy, and I wasn't gonna kill shit. And like Mint was like a fragger, and it was like we're deciding between the two.
Wait, that someone was laying that out for you?
Yes.
That was Snake. I didn't want, and nor did I try to take at any point a leadership position in that team, because the team that I was playing on prior, Team Mythic, I did, and it just got in the way. And like I was sick of the conflicting interests. On that team, I just wanted to play the role that I was assigned. That was it.
Mm-hmm.
So if someone was like telling you stuff like you're gonna be this and you're gonna be that, that was Snake.
KiX's the leader. I could see that.
Long ago.
I mean, when I started casting, and this is a topic that we'll get to eventually, because surprise, we're going to be talking about casting at some point. KiX took a leadership role, I think, in the casting duo as well. And I still think he does. I still think he takes a leadership role across the board. So it's funny to me because I wasn't really immersed in Rainbow Six back then. You know, the first season I remember watching was the regular season before Gamescom, so it would have been like... Probably would have been like May or June 2017 would have been the first time I watched Pro League, and I'll never forget the first match. The first match I ever watched. It was on Border, and it was like, I'm trying to remember what it is. I might mess up some of the details, but it was like on Border, and they were out on Archives balcony, and there was a mirror window on like the Africa wall looking into Archives, and it had a bandit battery on the other side of it. And the attackers were a Habana and a Thatcher, and I just remember, I think it was Bloodbath, said something along the lines of like, now this mirror window is going to be really hard to be taken care of because of the bandit battery behind it, and you know they'd really benefit from having a Thatcher, and you're literally spectating the Thatcher, and I'm like, what? Like, and I'm pretty sure that was the very first match I ever watched, and I was like, you're literally looking at the Thatcher. Like, what do you like? And it's a common mistake, but I just remember I was like, this is my intro. Okay, great. Let's talk about where you look back at the game now, because both of you obviously have a good vantage point, and both of you played at the beginning when everything was kind of the Wild West. And I'm the one statement that we hear a lot is that people who were pros in year one aren't real pros. What are your, before we dive too deeper into the conversation, what's your immediate reaction upon hearing that? Is there any validity to it?
Most of them, yes.
I mean, yeah. I think it depends though. Like, I think a lot of them, there's like some that probably could have continued to be fine. There's some that, yeah, like they were gonna get weeded out, like as better talent came along. But I think it's like hit or miss. Like, I mean, obviously I'm a pro. Like, so I think it just depends. Yeah, it was a different time. Not as many people played the game. I think you got a lot more, like, playing as a team was like less effective just because no one was as good playing as a team, right? Or like unless you were really good at it. Like Youngtis, when we lost in season 2 to Youngtis, like that was the first team that played like really, really well as a team. That was like the first time it really happened. I feel like before that it was like a lot of individual plays and stuff like that. And they actually kind of brought real strategy to the table. And I think that kind of changed a lot and started to separate teams. And that's when I think people started to get weeded out. But I mean, for a while, there's like some pros that couldn't really hang, I guess. I don't know. That's hard to say. I don't really know what to say about that comment, just because like there's still pros. Like there's pros sometimes now, and you're just like, I don't know if that guy should be in pro league. Like, like people say that all the time. So I think it was the same in year one, but
the most important distinction here is that yes, first of all, but also no, as Troy just said. But the most important distinction is, I've been saying this for years, there's two different ways you could play this game. You could play as a ranked player, you could play as a competitive player, and like those are two totally different viable like paths you can take, and you'll learn a lot of really important tools down those paths. I think what Troy is alluding to there is that way back at the start, we were all basically just like what would be called the ranked players.
Yeah.
The teamwork was low. We were relying on our understanding of the game and our ability to frag. And nowadays, I think probably the most valuable asset you can have is not only a depth of knowledge when it comes to strategy and angles and just being immersed in it, because it's always changing, being able to learn on the fly, but also being able to work as a team, which is, I think, a tool that was undervalued at the start and underutilized. And yeah, he's right. Youngtis was probably one of the best ones early on. When we played against them in the finals, I mean, there were a couple things going on there, but no matter how you look at it, we were just not ready.
Yeah. Like, they played the game differently. They played the game as a team. And we kind of did, but like, yeah, we were basically playing rank. And they were playing like as a complete team, like strat books, all that. So it was a lot different. But yes, we also, before that event, like, so when Young and I decided that we were going to leave that team, it was decided before that event.
Mm-hmm.
So that kind of messed up that whole event. And
we found out at the airport.
Yeah. It was found out beforehand.
Why is this happen to like every team?
So unfortunately, it had to happen that way if we wanted to leave, because the qualifiers for the next season of Pro League were played during that event.
What?
Yes.
What?
So we needed them to play the qualifiers while we were playing the event. They played with BC and Jarvis subbing in.
Right.
And they played at the event, and then we played, and then we left and joined after. But like, it had to. It kind of sucked. It did. I mean, yeah.
Yeah, that's dumb.
Yeah.
Ugh. The reason why I raised that question was because, I mean, I've gone back and I've rewatched old VODs, and I did that when I started getting into casting, and to understand like the history of the teams and the matches and to be able to quote them, especially when I think they were really relevant at the time in 2018. Because here I'm about to be casting the first invitational, my first invitational, second one. And I realize I don't really know the body of work for Pro League up to that point. So I was diving in, and every now and then I'll go back and I'll rewatch them. And it's just like, it doesn't look like Rainbow Six. It's so weird to watch. It's really simple. People like KiX said it, both of you said, it's like playing ranked. You literally just have like the Ashe just run in and just kill 3 people, totally unimpeded. The only thing you'd have to get through is like maybe the 3-hit barbed wire. Yeah. Like that's it. And if you could clear that out, Ashe just sprints in and them 3 people are dead. And it's like, okay. Because I do think that there's it's kind of swung the other way. And I know that both of you have different mindsets on this. So the next topic, I guess, to really get into is how the game has changed and the direction it's taken. Because you go back to when both of you were originally playing way back in the day, around that Orbit era. And it's like, there's really not much utility you need to deal with. And now I think a lot of people could say there's too much utility to deal with. So what's the happy medium? What's the sweet spot here?
You want to take that one?
I mean, I feel like it's less than we currently have to deal with, but more than they had to. I feel like, I mean, I think the shields are a bad thing. Like, I think Maestro Evil Eyes are okay. Because it's like, it's just vision.
You agree,
get rid of it, whatever. Like, I think that's fine. I think, the deployable shields.
I hate those shield changes, man. I don't.
The soon to be Malusi Banshees.
I don't know why they changed the shields, man. I hate them.
I mean, we could talk about the shields. We could also talk about Mira. I'll be real with you. I think that anything that gives you like a position that just cannot be thwarted, if not by utility, is too much. I think the guiding light phrase that I always use is utility that influences the flow of the round, not utility that dictates the flow of the round. That's my preference, and lots of it, sure, but I just don't like it when there's a hard stop.
I don't think Mira is a hard stop. I think it was initially for teams that didn't know how to deal with her. I don't think that's the case anymore. Like I can't think of a map or a situation anymore where I could run into a Mira window and then I'd tell my team I don't know what to do.
Mira's not even that good, really. I mean, she's for most positions. She's
Weren't you just
counterable.
mentioning Mira though?
I was talking about the pieces of utility that present hard stops. Certainly, like Mira's like shields. Sure, I don't like them. That doesn't mean that they need to not exist anymore.
I think he was saying that he doesn't like the theory. He doesn't necessarily mean that it's too powerful.
I don't like shields, but they don't have to go. I don't like Blackbeard, but they don't have to remove him.
Yeah, but nobody likes Blackbeard.
No, that's not true. Zeronic has a tattoo on his hand.
Yeah, well, everybody makes mistakes.
He just likes Blackbeard. I mean,
maybe he just likes the art.
For me, like if we're talking about like perfect worlds, I don't like Mira. I think that Mira is a band-aid to a different problem. I feel like she's a solution to something that didn't need to be an issue, which was the defenders having trouble stopping the attack. And you know, I mean, you look far enough back, and we had equal optics and effectively equal guns on both sides for a while. You know, when it was ACOGs on the SMG-11 and Bandit and Jaeger, that was a different time because the defense and the attack could both play on the same playing field. And like, no, I'm not saying that's good. I'm not saying that's a pro. I'm not saying that should be like that. I in fact, I think very differently. I remember when they told me that they were going to be removing the ACOG from Jaeger. It was at some dinner in Poland. And it took me like a few months to come to terms with that. But once I did, I realized, no, it's a toxic play style. It's, you know, it shouldn't exist. It's too much. And, you know, they removed it, and then they needed to compensate in other ways, not necessarily relating specifically to the ACOG removal, but they needed to compensate, whether it be due to the attacker operators that you're adding in, or just things that they've been doing to defense. So they shift towards the more utility side. So that's fine. I think utility's fine. I think that the way they've worked utility into dictating the flow of the round, I don't like that, but I'll live with it. It's Siege. What are you going to do?
Makes sense. I mean, I think the main issue is Wamai. I don't think it, like, if it was just Jaeger, none of this utility would really be as much of a problem, just because, like, you'd be able to clear it without as much of a hassle. Like, the fact that you need 3 different people throwing flashbangs at something, that's 3 different people, like, risking their life to try to clear something. And, like, that's not, like, sometimes teams will put, like, 2 ADSs and then a bunch of discs in one spot, right? And then it's an ADS somewhere else. Like, that way, at least if you want to commit to, like, fully protecting something, like, you need to commit all 3 ADSs. And, I mean, if Thatcher's up or Twitch or whatever, like, there's better ways to deal with it then. Yeah, I think Wamai is, like, the big issue with it. Just the combination with Jaeger, I think, is too strong. And I mean, you'll see that, like, when teams ban a Jaeger or Wamai, like, the game plays fine. It looks fine. It's not, like, stalled out. People just chucking flashbangs over and over. Yeah, I think the utility is fine. It's just the matter of protecting it, and, like, you can just play around it. I think that becomes a problem.
What match was it? KiX that we casted. Who was it? I think it was DZ. Was it DZ? They banned Jaeger.
DZ Sonic's banned Jaeger on console.
Yeah, that's right. That was the match. A lot more enjoyable to watch. It was faster paced. I mean, Consulate is kind of a freak show map right now. A lot of NA teams kind of play it like a kill house, and that's fine. But I will say, only having to worry about one or the other, it's nice. It's just from a casting perspective, and this is where KiX, I'm going to ask you to take off your player streamer hat and put on your caster hat, but don't mess up your hair. But this is where there are certain metas that we've obviously very much enjoyed casting, and there are probably more metas that we haven't. This meta is fine, I think, to cast. It's not really hard, and I don't know how much of this he's going to agree with me. It's actually relatively easy to cast because a lot of it is very routine. You know, like because of the way that a lot of defensive setups work, teams either do one of two things. They either all push from the same side or they all try to go in their own way, and then the latter doesn't always tend to work. I don't know. I find it's kind of slow. I know that we're in the 20-second meta, but it's like I don't mind casting it. I just don't think it's exciting from a spectator standpoint. And I think if Rainbow Six is going to be a good esport, we already have a problem with being exciting, given how much downtime we have, and I think this meta only makes that worse. I don't know if KiX will agree.
So are we asking as a spectator or as a caster?
You're a caster, but also spectator. Those things kind of weave them into each other.
Sure. So as a caster, it depends on the spectator. If we're seeing everything that happens, then it's fine. The issue is it's very hard for the spectator to catch everything when you're in the 20-second meta, because you're either doing a top-down, which some people see as a cop-out, or you're going to just miraculously be on the right person sometimes. If you don't have a deep depth of understanding, then it's hard to know who that right person is.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, as a caster, depending on what happens there, this is either fine or not fun to cast. If I'm casting the last 20 seconds of a round and it's a 5v5 and there's about to be a collapse and I don't see anything because we're moving from one to another, and I'm like, okay, I think they're executing through the blue bar and main lobby, and you get in fragments of information, then that's, mechanically it's very interesting. It's different. And usually what you do is you'll just try to, instead of casting the round, you'll try to like weave the story of the round. There's less shout casting, more just, okay, I'm going to take a step back and I'm going to assume what's happening. When it comes to as a spectator, it's exciting, I guess. You get those team fights. But honestly, I don't know. It's just more siege. I think it puts more like pressure on the players, because all of the things that they used to do in the span of like 30 seconds or a minute, they do now in the span of like 10 seconds. When you're rushing in, there's a lot more sprinting in those last few seconds and a lot less of your gun up. And it can make smart players look foolish at times.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. I think in general, as Siege has developed, like you mentioned, there's things that used to take a long time to do that teams do quicker now just because they've been playing for so long.
Yeah.
Like, if you look, like Parker mentioned, the early days of Siege, attacking was still difficult just because nobody could roam clear for shit. Like, nobody could, just because they weren't good as a team. And
how do you drone for someone?
Yeah, like, people didn't know, like, the ideal way to clear a map. Now people understand that. I mean, for the most part.
I was going to say, I watch some teams that don't know how.
Okay, but for the most part, like, the best teams, they know. But, like, even before, even the best teams, like, sometimes it would be bad. And, like, it wouldn't even be, like, an actual roam setup or anything. It would be just a guy running around, and they just couldn't kill him, right? Whereas, like, now, usually, like, a roamer has some sort of utility with them or reinforcements or whatever. Like, they have help, or there's usually two of them. All sorts of stuff like that. But, yeah, I'm not... As far as watching the game, I mean, yeah, you guys probably understand it better. I watch the game, I think, in, like, a different light than other people. Like, it's always entertaining to me, regardless of the meta. Like, obviously there's some matches that suck, like sometimes if there's bad teams playing against, or like a bad team playing against a good team and the good team's just smoking them, like, it's not fun to watch. But
there's sometimes as a caster where you're like halfway through like a match when it was best of ones, or it would be like you're halfway through a best of three, and it's just like it's so lopsided, and all you're thinking is like, please just end this. And then the worst thing as a caster is when you're in a best of 3 and the first map finishes and then the team that wins is up like 5-1 or 6-1 on map 2, and you're like, all right, this match has been absolute shit. It's been awful to watch. At least it's over. And then they just bring it back and it goes to a third map and you're dying inside the entire time.
And then exactly what match you're thinking of right now.
The team that was about to win in the second map then goes on to win in the third map.
Yeah. And it's like, but the problem is that the match has been so sloppy and so shitty that it's not even like an exciting comeback. It's just like, this is prolonging everybody's
Sonics
suffering.
Versus United.
Sorry?
Sounds like Sonics versus United this season.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Yeah, I'm not going to talk about matches.
I felt like that watching that match, though. It was like the first map blowout. And I was like, and then I started watching the second map and I'm like, Sonics is going to win. It's like, there's no point in even watching this. And then they lost that map and I was like, okay, well, that was ridiculous. And then the last map, they just blew them out again. Like, okay, that was like it was an annoying match because it went the distance, but it wasn't close. Like, it wasn't actually close. It didn't feel like it. But yeah.
To be fair, that wasn't actually the match I was thinking of. It was a LATAM match, like a couple seasons back when we still had best of 3s. I can't remember. It was one of the bottom tier LATAM teams like 3 seasons ago, because that was back when LATAM was like the top 4 were the top 4 and the bottom 4 were like the bottom 4. And you'd watch Red Devils versus...
You've seen that more than me, so...
You'd watch Red Devils versus Ints, and it would just be like Tooth Extraction Simulator. It would not be a fun match. And then they'd start off a map and they'd ban like Thermite, and then the other team would ban Hibana, and you're just like, this is hell. This is hell. So that was the one I was thinking of in particular. And
okay.
KiX can remember we had some LATAM days where it's just like they'd have tropical storms and like it would knock out all the internet and we'd have to stall for like 40 minutes.
Yeah, back when, I guess I can kind of talk about this now. But back when we were working with ESL, there were different admins in the LATAM scene. And I think they were working with a different rule book, because we would have like fairness to the teams, they should get to play, but we would have 45-minute downtime where one team can't connect because their power is out, and they wouldn't forfeit. And I'm on the one hand, I'm glad that they got to play, because competitive integrity, I think, dictates that, you know, we wait the 45 minutes or we wait the hour. On the other hand, it would very much disrupt the rest of the team's plans for that day. And it would also just generally, like, it was always awkward to figure out. It's like, okay, are we gonna talk for 30 minutes, or are we gonna like break for 30 minutes? And when do we bring it back?
Or a mix of both.
Or a mix of both. We often did a mix of both. Yeah, we would bring it back and be like, hey guys, so we're gonna be waiting for a while. They don't have power. Anyway, so what'd you have for breakfast?
Like the Latin America. Let me take a step back just to kind of go through this. So when we're doing NA and EU, there is almost always an admin either in the studio or in Poland watching.
This
was back during the ESL days. So Sierra would be in the studio often. If it was NA, not always there. He was on NA hours. BK would often be on EU hours, but I mean, that man was so overworked that it was just like he was all over the place.
Right.
But it was, if there was ever an issue with NA or EU, typically what would happen is they'd have like a group chat, they'd have like a WhatsApp or a Skype or something along those lines. And if there wasn't an admin on site, which was decently rare, if there wasn't an admin on site, they'd just like type it in the Skype and be like, hey, blah, blah. And then whoever would be watching would be in it and would say like, yeah, like rehost, or no, like keep playing, etc. The problem was that when we did the same with the Latin America guys, they would oftentimes take a fair amount of time to respond. So for example, we'd be sitting there and the countdown timer would be on for LATAM and it would be at like 2 minutes. And then we'd hear over production, like, we're ready. We're under 120 seconds away from going live. And we'd hear like, hey, so we just got word from the admins that apparently one of the team houses is without power. So we're going to extend the countdown timer. And we're like, okay, for how long? And he's like, I don't know. We might actually have to go live. We're awaiting admin call. And then we could await an admin call for like 5 minutes. And it's like, it's so frustrating because you just sit there and you don't know. And then, yeah, the Latin America admins were like extremely lenient. They would rehost for anything. Like, and the teams could be like 25 minutes late. Nobody would get in trouble. They'd never cancel matches. Like, somebody could disconnect like 4 times and they'd still keep playing. If you remember, I got in trouble that one time in the SSG Noble match, I think it was, because earlier in the day, FaZe and Liquid had like 3 or 4 rehosts. But the rule book says you're only allowed 1. So I was just like, well, the admins in Latin America had already set precedent earlier today. They did like 3 rehosts or something like that. So I'll just do the same for SSG Noble. And then it turns out like that's actually not the case. And they broke the rules to allow the multiple rehosts. And I'm just like, consistency would be great. Consistency would be really cool. So and like Michael said, for competitive integrity, sure. But it was frustrating because like NA and EU would be under like different rules and LATAM would be often.
We have seen, and we did see through the ESL period, we saw a lot of forfeits in NA/EU. Like, that happened because teams couldn't show up because the power was out or a player wasn't able to make it. They didn't have a sub. But I'm sure it did happen, I think, once or twice in the LATAM region as well. But I just remember so vividly every time there was a rehost, and it was more often because, again, it would be power going out or internet going out.
Yeah.
And that seemed fairly common. Like you said, sometimes it storms. I mean, I've seen, flash storms in Brazil before, in the few times I've been there. Like, they're real as heck, and it's not something the teams can account for.
Our last day in Rio was like a tropical storm.
Yeah.
Like trees shaking downpour.
And I remember all the Brazilians were like, what are you talking about? This is normal.
And I'm like, it feels like at any moment a flood is just going to come and wipe the city out. And they're like, this is just a normal storm. And I'm like, I don't understand. This is insane.
But it was a very different time back then. It was strange to work with. And I don't know this, but I really think they must have been working with a different rule book with the way that it ended up working out back then. That
or the teams were lenient, and the one thing that wasn't told when the SSG Noble thing happened, and I mean, Lycan had later admitted to it, was that when I called for the second rehost for that SSG Noble game, Lycan immediately protested, and he's like, that's against the rules. Like, in theory, SSG could have just very easily said, like, yeah, let's do another rehost. Why not?
Yeah.
And that's exactly what happened in the DG-DZ matchup that was happening as well, that at the exact same time. DG was having some significant internet issues, and DZ let them have like 2 or 3 rehosts. They didn't care.
Yeah.
So it could have just been that, maybe Liquid and FaZe were like, yeah, just keep rehosting. It's fine. We'll get this match done. Whereas, in my particular case, Lycan was like, no, these are the rules. Free dubs.
Free dubs.
Free dubs.
Yep.
So
Don't pass those up.
I say take them.
Yep.
I mean, I can't really fault them. And we had that one. We talked about, what was it? The C9 Rogue game, where it was because Cloud9 as an org had booked an early flight for their team to DreamHack Valencia, I think it was.
Yeah.
And Cloud9 was like, we can't play our Wednesday match because we're flying to Spain. And ESL was like, that's not our problem. Why'd your org book your flight so far in advance? Book your flight for Thursday like every other team. And then they're like, well, we want to reschedule. And Rogue said no. And then everybody got mad at Rogue. And it's like, why are you getting mad at Rogue? Like, the Cloud9, the org booked flights on the day of a fucking Pro League match.
That was ridiculous.
Like,
I couldn't believe that.
I was like, of course, if I'm Rogue, I'm being like, they did what? No, fuck no, I'm not rescheduling. I'm taking that W. Like, that's not my fault. Get a travel agent. Like,
yeah. If a competitive scene ever presents you with a free win, and there's no repercussions other than how the community might see you, then take it. It's a competitive game. You take your wins where you can get them. Use that fuel, put it in the tank for the next match. We were just earlier talking about how in Siege, at the competitive level, you have to constantly be learning new things.
Yeah.
And if you can use that leeway for a free win and use it somewhere else, then heck yeah, go for it.
Yeah, I still couldn't believe that. Easley's in the chat right now, and he's just like, I took that dub and was laughing all the way to the bank. It's just like, yeah, I would be too.
Yeah.
I just don't get it. Like every NA team was flying out on like either Wednesday evening or Thursday, depending on what time zone they were in, and it's like, but then, like you've got like C9 flying on like Tuesday or Wednesday or whatever, and it's like, what are you doing? You have a match to play. You can't do that. It doesn't work that way.
There's been a lot of traveling issues in the past, though, not exclusive to that particular one.
I would have been so mad if I was on that team. Like, I don't know exactly how it worked. Like, I'd imagine they went to book the flights, and then the players were like, "Hey, we have a match on Wednesday," and then I guess C9 was like, "Well, these are the only flights you're gonna get," which is fucking. That's bad.
Or nobody thought about it, or everybody's like, "Here are your flights," and they're like, "Yo, sweet," and then they're like, "Oh, wait, we have a match today."
I've done that before with
that's on the players as well. I mean, it's both.
Yeah,
it's both.
That's negligence on the person receiving the thing and not looking at it, just trusting blindly. You can't do that.
Yeah.
All right, now we've talked a little bit about the early days. Let's move into your departure from playing. So you start casting, and your story involving casting has been told so many times, so I feel like I can just sum it up so that you don't have to. Basically, you're streaming and Panky comes into your chat and is like, "Hey, want to cast?" And you said, "Yeah." And that was basically it. What was it like basically abandoning playing to move to a new country? I guess even though you technically have a UK passport, I guess it's still a new continent. What was that process like? Because I went through it too, and I want to hear how much ours align and how much ours separate.
So when I first started casting, it wasn't a career. It was just a thing to do in the interim. Because my initial plan, as stated earlier in the podcast, was I wanted to give up on this team and then spend some time chilling, streaming, waiting for the next opportunity on the next team. Because at the time, I had a lot of stock as a player.
Right.
And I was fairly certain that I could find my path eventually. It just like, I'll get there. I'll approach some teams and ask some people, is like, can I play for you? And, we'll see what happens. That was my initial plan. But the speed at which Panky came into the chat was really, I think, something that goes overlooked. He came into my chat really soon after I had stopped playing. Like, I left in the beginning, near the beginning, like after the second or third match in season 3. And then like a couple matches later, I'm casting. It was a very, very short turnover, and it was a decision that needed to be made on the fly in the immediate. Now, yeah, I didn't think it was going to be a career. I didn't think I was going to be a caster for the rest of my life. I didn't think that was like the plan. I was just like, oh yeah, it's something to do. It pays. I may as well go for it. And I did it, and I kept doing it. And eventually, I got to a point where I had to decide. And we've talked about this a little bit. It was around the Paris Major.
Yeah. Where
I finalized that I wanted to be a caster, because I had an opportunity to do some other stuff. I've had a couple of opportunities through my career. People always ask me, is KiXSTAr, if you could go back to being a pro, would you? And the answer is, I guess we may as well just get it out there. I've had chances, and I'm still casting.
This is true.
So, I am where I am now. I think it's a different decision. I think a big part of the reason why I'm still casting, or probably I would say safely the only reason I'm still casting right now, is because of Parker. If I weren't able to find a casting duo that I like to work with as much as I like to work with Parker, then I don't know that I would still be here. I think I'd probably, I don't know, be toiling in Challenger League or something right now.
Be Rent-Free's newest member. Maybe you could play on E United.
I don't know, maybe. But it was just, it was around the Paris Major where I made the final decision, and the thing that kept me here was I didn't want to ditch Parker.
It's true. People don't know how close. People don't know how close we came to not casting after the Paris Major.
Yeah.
Like, people don't really know. we'll get into that, but I want to go back in time to the whole Panky thing. So a couple questions for you. Were you and Panky like close? Had you really ever communicated? And then what were the next steps? So he comes into your chat and he basically says, hey, do you want to cast? Things had to move pretty quickly. So you say, yeah, I'll cast. What were your immediate next steps and how quick of a turnaround was that? Are we talking days, hours, weeks?
3 days. He came into my chat. He was like, you want to cast? And I think it was on like a Tuesday or something. And then by the weekend, I was in Poland.
Damn.
Yeah. And then I casted the next week, starting on Monday.
How was that transition? How did you find that?
Terrible. There's always a learning path for each caster when they get started, right? And a lot of people start with a lot of the skills that they need. Like, I think Parker's already had a lot of the casting skills that he needed when he started. He learned them earlier in life through other means. But for me, I wasn't very social. I wasn't very good at talking. I wasn't very eloquent. And the only thing I really had going for me was, at the time, I happened to have relevant information as a very recently professional player. I knew what I was talking about when it came to the pro scene at the time, of course. Things change. But I didn't know how to get that out there. So the transition was rough. I got to give a lot of gratitude towards Panky, because at the very start, he was very helpful in picking up the slack. We were a different kind of casting dynamic back then. It was more of the conventional shout caster analyst. And we didn't really it wasn't a great siege casting. Panky's a great caster, but I was bad. I was dragging it down. I knew what I was trying to say. I was dragging it down. And the rigidity of the shoutcaster analyst dynamic was not very good for siege. It was something that I early on had to put in a lot of work to push against, but that was later. At the very start, I was bad at casting. That's it. Like, that's pretty much the end of the story. It took me a long time to learn it.
You didn't answer. How close were you with Panky? Was he a stranger?
Oh.
Were you?
Like, I'd say like good friends, coworkers.
No, before that, like when he reached out to you.
Oh, he didn't know me.
So he just took a shot on you, despite not really knowing you. He just pops into your chat. Punji and True Talent were gone at this point.
Yeah, I think
so.
Technically, I came in to replace like True Talent or something.
I think you replaced Punji,
or maybe Punji.
I think you replaced Punji.
Yeah, Punji. Yeah, I replaced Punji.
Those were the new frontier for Rainbow Six. Punji and Panky casting.
Yeah. Long time ago.
So you start to find your footing as a caster, but in the back of your mind, you're still thinking, I'm just doing this to bide time until I can play.
Yeah.
How difficult was that, making that transition? Because if you're still thinking, I want to be a player, does that hold you back from fully investing in and growing into being a caster?
Yeah, sure. I think that there were some concessions that I didn't make when I was still considering returning. I can't really say that any of them are they're obvious to me right now. Like, there's nothing in particular where I'm gonna point a finger like, this was really hard, and I only got past it once I decided to commit. I think most of it was just certainty of self. Even to this day, I still question the decisions that I make, and yeah, I'm sure everyone's going to do that with some things in their life. But for the most part, I am confident in where I am right now. I think I don't think that I got anything more after fully committing to the casting gig, though. I think it was just a realization of dedicated professionalism, and I think the teamwork in the casting got better because I was more present.
I wouldn't say that you weren't present. What I would say is that when we first started casting together, you were like a player that was casting, But then I think around the Paris Major, when you finally made that ultimate decision, no, this is what I want to invest in, that's when I think you went from player that's casting, maybe not reluctantly, but you went to, I'm all in on casting. And I don't think anybody here, anybody that's watching or anybody that's interacted with you can doubt your commitment when you set your full mind to something. It's impressive what you can accomplish. And I think once around the Paris Major, you said, fuck it, I'm not going back to playing. I'm gonna be a caster. I think you started burrowing into casting more than before. And I think that like curiosity and that persistence is what really I think you're seeing as, you know, you investing in casting. So, and I mean, I've always thought you were a good caster. Even when you said you were shit at the beginning with Panky, I still thought you were fun. So
Thanks.
So you're casting with Panky. You have that odd dynamic in Poland where Bloodbath, you and Panky are casting as 3 people. And then Emzo is working live events with Milos. What happens when Panky leaves? How much of a heads up do you have? Because this is where the story's going to get real fun. And I know people are very eager to hear this part of the story. So Panky's going to leave. How much heads up do you have? And what are your immediate thoughts? And how does it kind of branch out from the time he tells you he's leaving to when he actually leaves and then the immediate thereafter?
So Panky, to his credit, had been hinting at the fact that he wanted to leave for like half a year leading up to his departure. He was not like explicitly like, want to get out of here or anything like that, but he was like, there's a possibility, there's a maybe, you know, there's a thought in my mind. And so he was very forthright with his position on the whole thing. And even when leaving, he was very apologetic. He didn't want to just ditch me with Bloodbath and, you know, just have fun. But that's where we got to. That's what happened. And I think, you know, I can't blame Panky for wanting to leave. There were a lot of reasons that you would want to leave in that situation. I think I'm the only. I don't know how. I lived there for about 3.5 to 4 years.
You were there like November, I think. No, I think you were there October, November 2016. I showed up in September 2017. So you were there almost a full year before me. Emzo was out there too, right? But then he left and then came back.
Yeah, and I lived in Poland. I just stayed there.
Yeah.
Because at the time I was a European citizen, but not anymore.
Thanks, Brexit.
Thanks, Brexit. Anyway, so there were a lot of reasons to want to leave. I get why Panky dipped out. And he had other things going on too. When it comes to, I mean, do you want me to like jump forward, or do you want me to just talk about that exit?
Well, we can talk about his exit, and then the immediate, like what happened after that, because for it was an entire season it was just you and Bloodbath. I remember.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, just talk about the immediate. So Panky leaves.
Yeah.
How close are you with Bloodbath at this time? Because you had that rotating cast that was going on, right? So how close are you with Bloodbath? Are you on like speaking terms? How much experience had you had casting with him, and what are your thoughts on working with him basically full time until somebody gets an opportunity to join the crew?
So I think Bloodbath, of course, you know, he gets kind of a bad rap. When the thing that I think was hardest about the immediate transition is ESL talked to us. They're like, okay, are you guys going to be okay with this? Is everything going to be fine? You're going to be able to just you two casting. Is that going to be enough and all that? We were like, yeah, we can work together on it, blah, blah, blah. And I was excited, actually. I was kind of excited to get, because at the time I didn't know him very well. I was excited to get to know him better, to like work together with him more personally. Because I thought there was potential for growth there. I thought there was potential for change. The thing that was weird about the transition though was that we didn't really work on anything together. I'm not exactly a social savant. I'm not exactly good at knowing when I'm saying something rude or if I'm being cordial or whatnot. Sometimes I mess that up. But I thought I tried to be very open. I wanted to have conversations about the casting and improve upon stuff, but it just never happened. Now that might be my fault for all I know. It's all kind of hazy, and when you try to remember things this far back, it's all different than it actually happened. So keep that in mind.
Right.
I thought I tried to I thought I tried to like work on it together. We never really got to a point where we were actually working behind the scenes to improve our casting. And that, I think, was the biggest issue. It wasn't most of the other stuff. It was just like, if something is wrong in the cast, like just objectively wrong, like you were mentioning the Thatcher, right, Parker? If we're missing out on the operators and then talking about what operators should be there when they are there, if that kind of problem is arising and we're not talking about it to try and fix it, that's a problem. And I think that was the most crippling part of that dynamic when we went into casting together. We weren't cooperating to solve issues that were woefully apparent in the cast.
Mr. Canadian.
Yeah.
As a player, and as somebody who had consumed a fair number of VODs up until this point, KiX has now provided his perspective as being a caster during the era of the Pank into the Bloodstar.
Mm-hmm.
As somebody who is quite outspoken and as somebody who I'm sure watched no shortage of casts, from an outside perspective, what was your read on that entire situation in the casting at the time?
So actually, I enjoyed KiX and Panky as a duo. That was like the only duo I enjoyed at the time, though. I will say, generally speaking, this is something that I should just throw out there. Generally speaking, I mute VODs a lot. I mute the stream a lot. Or, I mean, sometimes I'll leave it on, but also, like, if I leave it on, a lot of the time I won't even pay attention to it. Like, I'll be, like, talking to my team or something. Like, my focus is, like, on the gameplay, so I can, like, tune the casting out. But I will say, generally, I enjoyed KiX and Panky casting together. I thought Panky was solid, just casting in general, and I thought KiX obviously had a good understanding of the game at the time. I think also any shortcomings you had as a caster initially, like I could completely understand them because like I was a player and like I could only imagine like switching to casting it'd be difficult, right? Like you said, you were figuring it out, like, and I've frequently thought of that as like it'd be something hard to do. Like it's not really easy or like supernatural for someone to figure out. So like a lot like any time that like you had a hiccup or something like stumbled or whatever, like it was like whatever, like you're transitioning.
Right.
And I will say I definitely think you have come a long way. I thought you were solid at the time anyways, just because of like you had game knowledge that people didn't have, right? So that set you apart. And I think now you kind of have a whole package in the sense. And then Panky was gone. Bloodbath came in. I mean, Bloodbath's not a good caster. Like, it is what it is. He wasn't a very good caster. He yelled at everything. I remember watching, it was the first Invitational. And I just
He did
remember
Xbox
him,
with
like,
Emzo, right?
I just remember him screaming at everything. And he puts down the barbed wire and he's reinforcing the wall. Like, it was too much. And then like smack the booty mint, like, come on, man. So
I hate that, man. I'm not
like things have come a long way though. I mean, obviously I'm glad like there was like drama around it at the time when KiX no longer wanted to work with Bloodbath and brought you in.
Dude,
But I will
Amar
say
just
I
typed
am-
in chat, man, why did it have to be my booty? Thanks, Necrox.
I don't even know Amar's in here.
Amar just goes, man, why did it have to be my
Amar.
booty?
The snack that resonated around the world.
King Amar,
You know, I think I'll be honest with you guys, the thing that bugged me, and Parker can even attest to this, is the thing that bugged me about and I really don't want to turn this into a hating on Bloodbath stream because it's not necessary. But it was just the inaccuracies. It was the when you're casting at the highest level, you also have to hold yourself as a caster to the highest level of accuracy. I think for me, that's probably one of the most vital parts of being a casting talent is when you say something, you know you're right. If you don't know, if you're unsure, don't guess.
Yeah.
Don't broach that topic. Don't just throw it out there. I think this, and
I think you can say I think. You can speculate.
You can speculate,
yeah.
sure, but you can't say I thinks as facts. You can never do that, and that was often done. It was often done back then, and that bugged me the most. The hype. Some people even say they liked. You know what Troy was talking about. Some people, I'm not saying they're right. Some people say that they like that, and
I feel like
sure, but
I feel like people that enjoyed that maybe didn't. Like, I feel like understanding the game might have affected that, where like
understanding was secondary to hype.
Yeah, like he would hype something up that didn't need to be hyped, and I think some people like maybe didn't notice that. Like, obviously there's some like obvious cases where like he's hyping something up that doesn't fucking matter.
Yeah.
But in some cases there's like something that he's hyping up, and a lot of people like would watch it and they'd be like, "Oh yeah, that was pretty like exciting." Like they would kind of buy into it.
Mhm.
And I mean, I guess that's not a bad thing for the general like public, for like the most of the community. So yeah, like I guess that's fair criticism, but I also think that, like you mentioned, then that's always been a pet peeve of mine, and honestly, that's like one of the main reasons I end up muting casting is like when something is presented as fact when it is not. Like
right.
When a caster doesn't know something, and they'll be like, well, this is what they're doing, and then I'll just be there literally like I literally throw my hands in the air. I'm like, that is not what they're doing.
Yeah.
And we all get it wrong sometimes too.
Oh, yeah.
Like having been a caster now for as long as I have, I've had numerous moments where I get it wrong. And Siege is a deeply complicated game, so that's gonna happen. But it was the consistency of it. It was the reliability of inaccurate statements, I think. That's
Agreed.
what really was the nail in that coffin.
And I want to say, actually, someone that's really good at this is actually Blue is really good at not like overstepping.
Blue is very smart about what he talks about.
Yes.
He
and I want to give him credit for that.
He sticks to what is certain and he doesn't speculate. And I mean, to be fair, he's the play-by-play guy. I think that he and Stokes have more of a rigid dynamic, I would say, more of a traditional dynamic than KiX and I do to a certain extent. Where, I mean, obviously that changes. Stokes does tend to do a lot of play-by-play and has seemingly been growing in how much play-by-play he's doing as of late, which has gotten him beat up quite a bit on social media.
Comment on that.
Sorry?
I said I was going to comment on that. He seems to, as Seth says, he seems to be talking to just hear his voice or something.
They'll find their balance. Give them time.
They'll find their balance. And it's like the one thing people need to realize about Sam is that whenever I've given Sam feedback, he's always received it well. He's a young guy. He doesn't act like it. He's young. And it's like I hate to say it because there's going to be people that are going to be offended by it, but it's like, dude grew up on a farm. Like he grew up on a farm. He's not like he finished high school. He didn't ever go to university from my understanding. Like casting is not his wheelhouse. He doesn't have any experience in that regard. So it's like he's coming in and I think he's doing a pretty good job for the fact that he was literally just pulled out of an amateur cast 2 years ago. And now he's working these huge events. I think that's great. And I think that unfortunately, the way that people present feedback from time to time can be extremely unhelpful.
Yeah.
You know, not that players owe it to casters to teach them how to cast.
Yeah.
When that whole thing happened with Seth, and, you know, a bunch of people were like, well, why didn't you just DM him it? Like, in theory, yeah, Seth knows that 90% of the outspokenness that Seth engages in doesn't need to be tweeted, but he does it because it's entertaining, and it ends up driving attention. I mean, obviously, I take issue with the way that he tweeted about Sam, but I mean, it's his Twitter. He can use it however he wants. I know that when I was first coming up, I reached out to a lot of pros, and Troy can even attest to this. I reached out to a lot of pros to ask questions and be like, hey, if I see something stupid, can you please let me know so I can correct it? I don't know if Sam does that. I'm assuming he probably does, but I mean, pros don't owe it to us to teach us how to understand the game. That's our job. But
I actually don't know what drama we're talking about right now.
Oh,
Seth is super.
Seth just tweeted a couple things like how Sam just talks to talk. That was it.
Right. Oh, okay.
Yeah. Just to touch on the bloodbath
I
thing.
thought we were casting about, like, talking about casters. It's my bad. I was like, there's a caster named Seth.
No. Just to touch on the bloodbath thing. I will say this. I think that I thought his hype was quite good. When placed appropriately.
Yes.
And I will agree. There are times where it seemed like he was shouting just to shout. And I don't know if that was because he didn't know what was happening, or if it's just because he thought it was, you know, whenever he got really hyped, that's what everybody always commented on. You know, every Reddit thread, every Twitter thread, when he would stream on Twitch, people would be talking about how, you know, how exciting he makes matches. And I think he did, you know, when there were big moments and, you know, he casted with that hype voice he has, I think he could really heighten those moments. But I think a lot of times that was undone by him getting really excited over totally meaningless stuff happening that he's making it seem like it's a 10. Yeah. And like I said, I don't know if that goes back to maybe he just doesn't understand the game, because I know that KiX had some criticisms about his understanding of the game, and I think a lot of people did too. But I think when he was good, he was really good. The problem that I had with Bloodbath was that he was very rigid. You know, I only casted with him one time, and it was an EU broadcast. It was actually the match that Shaiko ended up getting banned for. Hilarious timing, by the way. And he and I casted together, and it was kind of off-putting, to be honest with you. Like, you know, I got the job casting, and like Milos messaged me right away because Milos was supposed to be a caster, but then he had visa issues, so he couldn't cast that season, which is why Emzo and I got brought out that season in the first place, because we had to fill those spots, and Milos got hung up with visa issues, and it was supposed to be Milos, Bloodbath, and KiX, but then Milos couldn't, so I get brought out. And it was kind of weird. You know, KiX goes out of his way. He meets me in the hotel my first night there. We go out, we get food. We go back to KiX's house. We do some VOD review. We do a practice VOD. We hang out. We're pals, etc. Milos goes out of his way to do the same thing the next day. He's super nice. He's messaging me, blah, blah. Like, and after my broadcast on Monday, you know, like I'm getting messages from people in the scene. I got a message from you, Troy, just people being like, great to have you, you know, yada, yada, yada. I didn't get one of those from Bloodbath, and I knew that I would be casting with him on Wednesday for the EU show, or it was Thursday. I think it was Thursday at the time. And I went in, and I get to the office, and he's already there. He's sitting at the desk on his phone. And I walk into the studio, and I'm like, oh, hey, man. And he just kind of looks up, and he's like, oh, hi. He doesn't get up or anything like that. And literally just like, he's still looking at his phone, and he reach over, and he like fist bumps me, and he's like, great to meet you, and then goes right back onto his phone. And I'm just sitting there like, this is a very weird first interaction that you wouldn't like a, hey, how are you? And then just right back to it. And I was like, oh, okay. I've been here for like 3 days. That's kind of weird. And then we sit down and we're talking about casting. And he's like, I really like how you and KiX have conversations. I think that's a big strength of yours. He goes, the only thing that I'll ask is that the final 30 seconds you let me cast. And I was like, sure, whatever you want, man. And there were a couple times where I think nothing would be happening, and then it would all of a sudden start to ramp up, and there'd be like 40 seconds left, and he literally he started casting like over me. Like when I was almost finished my sentence, he just jumped in, and I'm like, really, man? Like, come on.
On the second Parker.
Like, I'm not even kidding. And it was kind of jarring, and it was fine. But I also found it kind of weird that he Like, I get it, he's a play-by-play caster, but that inflexibility irritated me because this is my 3rd Pro League broadcast ever. I'm not an analyst. I'm not a color guy. And I'm also the newer caster, and instead of like when Stokes and I casted for the first time at USN, I let Stokes do a lot of play-by-play because I know that despite him being an analyst, I know that he wanted to grow play-by-play. So when Stokes and I were casting at USN, I did a lot of color and analyst stuff, and I kind of stepped back and let Stokes take the floor because your job, in my opinion, your job as an experienced caster is to let the newer caster flourish. Let them play to their strengths, let them grow, let them find their footing. And that's what I did with Sam. And when Flynn and I were casting for the first couple times together, I did the same thing with Flynn. And I think you have a role and a responsibility. And that's what KiX did with me as well. KiX gave me lots of space for like the first couple weeks and took over when need be when I was feeling uncertain. I didn't really like that, you know, it was very much the bloodbath show. But other than that, I think he was fine. He seemed like a nice enough guy. And then a lot of people don't realize that the reason why he ended up leaving was just because there were 5 casters for 4 spots. No, he did not get fired. Everybody likes to joke about the Mega Man thing. Did it play a part? Maybe it did. But at the end of the day, ESL needed 4 casters for the next season and onward. And Milos and Emzo were a duo. And Milos had gotten his visa. And KiX and I were a duo. Bloodbath just ended up being the odd man out. That was it.
Yeah. I also want to say for the record, like a lot of people will put, I think there's a common misconception in the community that like it's my fault that Bloodbath's not working as a caster. There was that time where, and like, you know, it happened. There was a time where I publicly critiqued Bloodbath's casting on my stream when it was very fresh. It was very raw at the time. It was a bad decision, and I learned a lesson from it. I didn't know. I was ignorant. That's on me.
Yeah.
But moving from that, there's a, you know, that being as popular as it was, that blowing up in the way that it did, there is a common misconception in the Rainbow Six community that I am responsible for getting Bloodbath fired. And I just want to say, like, for the record, these decisions, and he wasn't fired, but these decisions are made way above my head.
Oh, yeah.
It's not something I have any influence on. So please, like, edit.
I don't think saying it is going to change people's minds, because if people were smart enough, they wouldn't say that you got him fired in the first place. That's my worry.
I know, but I just want to get it out there.
Yeah. What people don't seem to realize is that the only real way that you could have in any way, shape, or form influenced him getting fired was by refusing to cast with him and finding a new partner, because that's it. You know, if you're going by duos, if he doesn't have a duo, he's not going to get picked back up. But even then, that's not on you. Like, if tomorrow I was to go to Face It and be like, I don't want to cast with KiX anymore, and then you went to Face It and were like, I don't want to cast with INTERRO anymore, we would have to find like a new duo, and like somebody would eventually end up getting forced out due to contract issues because they're not going to carry like 6 casters, right? And and the thing with Bloodbath was it was just unfortunately nobody really wanted to work with him. I mean, Milos and Emzo had established themselves as a duo. They really liked working together, and they had done so at, what was it, 2 live events prior to that in both Gamescom and in Katowice.
They're doing well.
And they did really well, you know, and they bounced off each other. I thought the casting was really good. I remember I was flying during Gamescom. It was the very first day that was season 5 finals. I was flying to New York, and it was like 5:30, and I was sitting at Pearson Airport in Toronto, and I had the game on, and I just had it on my headphones, and I was listening to Milos and Emzo, and I was like, this is really great. And then after the flight, the game was winding down because it was like noon or 1 o'clock or something, or 11 o'clock local. You and Bloodbath came on, and Bloodbath was just shouting. I actually had to turn the cast off. I couldn't do that. It was too loud for me. But yeah, I mean, it just ended up being that, Bloodbath was it's musical chairs. There's 4 chairs and there's 5 people. Somebody's not getting one, right? And people unfortunately seem to think that you shoulder some blame for that. Nobody conspired to get rid of him. Nobody said get rid of him. Nothing. It's just you and I wanted to be a duo, and we were well received by the community, I think. People enjoyed listening to us. I think we did well. And that was that. And then Milos and Emzo were the other ones. People need to realize that about casting, is that you can be a great caster, but if you don't have a duo, you are going to be in trouble when it comes to hiring and stuff like that.
I would say, yeah, if you're like an aspiring caster, getting a partner that you enjoy working with and have synergy with, that's a big step. I mean, it's in the freelance market, it's not necessarily a good thing, but ideally you don't want to be in the freelance market. Like that's a competitive, scary place, and you're only going to be doing very well there if you're really the best at what you're trying to do at your particular angle, whether that be analyst desk, host, whatever. If you want to be in the freelancer market, then you really have to be that top 0.1% to make a serious career out of it. Otherwise, my advice is make sure you find somebody you want to work with and work with them. Try to build up something together.
Yeah, having a duo is absolutely crucial. So now that we've talked about this, let's go into when things started to get a little bit sour between you two. I mean, you had that the clip that you referenced on your stream. You basically said that you took umbrage with the fact that Bloodbath wanted to do color commentary and play-by-play, but he didn't want to give up play-by-play, which kind of shoved you into a box.
Yeah.
And that was the clip that happened. And funny enough, that clip actually happened while I was asleep in a hotel in Katowice the day before our very first match. And after that, obviously things don't go super well. The question that I have now, did you ever, with all the questions that you had about his ability to see what was going on in the game and understand it and all that jazz, did you ever try to, or did you ever actually get to engage with him outside of work and be like, hey, let's sit down. Hey, so, here's some feedback. Hey, do you have any feedback for me? Hey, like, I'd like to work on this. Was that ever a conversation that you two had?
Parker, that's why I said it on the stream, and I talked about it earlier in the podcast. But I tried to be cordial. I tried really hard to have these conversations. But after you talked about it just now earlier too, where you had been casting you were there for 3 days, and you come into the office and he gives you a fist bump. That was the extent of the socialization. That was the extent of the conversation. A fist bump. Hi, let's get to work. There was no actual work being done other than the casting itself. Here's something we could talk about for casters. Most of the work as a caster happens outside of the cast. When you're casting, it's an application of your talent that you've cultivated over years. It's an application of your information that you've gathered leading up to this particular match. And it's a cultivation of all of the work that you have been putting in with your duo. That's what casting is. And all that work happens outside of the cast. So if you're just coming in to cast and that's all you do is cast, then you're not working. You're just there and you talk. And the talking is hard. Dude, my voice, I have to take very special care of my throat and my vocal cords and stuff. There's a lot of layers to that. So the actual the grunt work, that part it's a factor as well. But all that other work that you're supposed to be doing as a caster, all that other stuff, just none of it. None of it. I tried. I feel like I put a really big effort in there. Maybe it wasn't substantial enough, and that's on me. But at the same time, that's why I was talking about it on my stream, man. Like that's why I the frustration boiled over. That wasn't just a spur of the moment thing. And yeah, I was ignorant to think that I could do that and get away with it or do it and have it be okay at all. But the real issue was that it was just the frustration would hit point where I was like, we're talking about this again, and that's incorrect, and why this, why that, and all various little gripes with the casting. And then I can't talk to him because there's no way to do that. There's no way to have a conversation with him. That's not a thing. So it just boiled over. That's all that was. It was a drive to be better as not only a caster myself, but as a casting duo with no outlet, no way to talk about it with him. And I regret the way it ended up. I wish I had maybe just, walked over to his apartment and knocked on his door and just shoved my face in his life. But the vibe that he gave off at the time it didn't seem like he was going to accept that, if that makes sense. There was no, hey, yeah, come over to my apartment. Oh, let's talk about it. Let's have a chat, see what's going on. There was none of that. And that, I think, was the greater issue. I stated it in the lead-in when we broached the bloodbath topic initially. I think that was the number one issue.
That makes sense. Yeah, I mean, sounds like he was just like, he was hard to work with. Yeah, I mean, if someone isn't willing to improve or like receive criticism or discuss or anything like that, like, yeah, there's no real path forward, right? So I mean, that makes sense. I mean, I've had teammates like that before. Huh? Yeah, I mean, like I've had like situations like that before with teammates. Like this is like long ago, like people in chat wouldn't even think of, but like
like Necrox.
Yeah, like
I know it's Necrox. I know it's you,
definitely
Amar.
Necrox.
Impossible to work with.
I know
could
it's
not
you,
work
Amar.
with Amar.
Necrox was the worst team.
Amar and
I
I
know it's
could
you.
not
So
stand each
toxic.
other, bro.
I know it's you, Amar.
He was so egotistical too. Like he would just throw everything on his teammates.
All this guy wants to do is run the G36 and vape, dude. That's it.
Yeah.
Where's his fucking vape pen, bro?
Dude, I don't even know if he's still here.
Is he here?
He was here earlier. That's why he said, "Why did it have to be my booty?"
Yeah.
Yeah.
He might have disappeared. I didn't even realize it was his.
For the uninitiated, we're joking. Amar or Necrox is possibly one of the chillest people.
So nice.
In Siege. Yeah.
So nice.
Hands down, like one of my favorite teammates and like one of my best friends.
Great guy.
Amar, yes. Fantastic human.
I want him to come back.
Same.
I want I want him, and I want Ranger, and I want NVK, and I want Mo to come back. That's what I want.
Young needs.
Well, Young is on rent-free. That rent-free roster looks nasty, by the way.
It does look
they are
really
nasty.
Yeah.
And especially with Doodle now as well. And Doodle's a player that I've always.
You love Cole.
Yes,
you love Cole
I
Phillips.
Love normally, that's the thing too. Is I feel like normally I'm not very like outside of my team, I don't really talk about like other players that much, or like if I think another player is good, I usually don't say shit. I just kind of don't say anything. I usually only talk when players I don't think are good, or if like I think they're getting overhyped. But I think Doodle's a really good player, and I'm happy to see him back. I was pestering him to come back. I really was. So
I just miss when he used to go by AWD, because then I could make jokes about like all-wheel drive and stuff like that. Now he just goes by Doodle. Now it's not as funny.
I miss him. Well, I missed him. Now he's back. I'm happy he's back. I'm happy he's on the team with Young too.
I like Young. I was talking to Young. I was messaging NVK a week or so ago as well. I'd like to have them back.
I still think Young is like one of the, I think, more underrated players in North America.
Definitely.
He's a rock of a player. That's what he's like, a canine.
Don't talk about his stature like that.
Okay.
I don't. I wouldn't compare him to canine.
Let me finish. This is important. He's like a canine, but like able to like change and to make adjustments.
He's like a canine with legs.
Because there's a better comparison. It's to Bosco, I think.
Sure. Yeah.
He's a lot like Bosco. Like the two of them, I feel like they make the right decision.
Okay, yeah,
like you play against them, you play with them, and they make the right choice.
But the reason that there was one merit, to clarify my statement, there was one merit that K9 had, and that's, yes, he wouldn't listen to you. Yes, you couldn't make him change. Yes, he would always play the same position every time. But when he played that position, he usually won his fights, man. He usually did really well there. Like, I mean, I do remember there were many rounds that we won because K9 would hold down the fort on where he was. And for me, Young as a teammate, he was like someone who was capable of holding down the fort, always winning his fights, always taking that job and being successful. But Young could do it anywhere you put him. You just put him there, and he's gonna make it work. He's gonna take that job, and he's gonna tackle it. And he was very consistent in his success. And K9 had that same consistency, even though he was all the other stuff. That's what I was trying to get at there. I just think Young is a very consistent player.
You think it's fair to say that Young needs to be motivated though to unlock that potential.
Definitely. I think he needs to be in the right environment. Like,
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
I think he's happy with how the environment is on The Last Dance now. And I think he was like happy and motivated on EG for a while, but I think it was a matter of like we had the same team for so long and we did well, and then then we started to fall down a bit, and then we just kind of stagnated. And I think when we stagnated, he lost motivation. I mean, that was part of why I left too. Like I didn't even have the motivation anymore, and I think that was a big problem. So, yeah, I think that's a big thing. He definitely needs the motivation.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think he has it now.
So let's wrap up the caster talk, by the way, because I'm gonna get uncomfortable with this topic, because it's gonna be partially about me. Because I feel like post 2017, I mean, I don't mean this to like demean you, but it's hard to talk about casting post 2017 involving you without it also involving me, because you know we've been casting together. I don't know if people know that. So, we've casted together like once or twice.
Yeah.
Yeah, and as Seth just said in the chat, oh god, it's always me with INTERRO. Okay, well, thanks, Seth. Anyway, so there were a couple questions about this, and I promise you I'm not asking this to pump my own tires, but this was asked a couple times in the questions for KiX segment, which is now the perfect time for me to do a shameless plug for all of you to join the Discord. And if you have questions for KiX, submit them in the questions for KiX section. The Discord link has now been spammed in the Twitch chat for everybody that's watching live. Apologies to the audio and video crew that will be watching it later. But a couple questions that were asked were like, why INTERRO? What led you to pick up INTERRO? And I mean, for people that are curious of our background story, just to get out of the way, basically what happened was one day I was trying to put together a 10-man, and I wanted a system to do it relatively easily. And Talon told me that KiX does one for his Pro 10s. You should reach out to him. So I just shot KiX a Discord DM out of the blue. I slid into his DMs. That's right. And KiX answered. And then we chatted for about, what was it, like 3.5 hours? Something crazy the first time we spoke. Mm-hmm. You got me into the Pro 10s, and you'd said, you know, like, oh, I've been wanting to do it for a while, but I haven't had the time. You know, I need somebody to take over it. You know, what's your story? Who are you? Basically. And then you started talking to me about casting and all that jazz. And then towards the end of the conversation, before we finished it, you asked me something along the lines of like, would you ever want to cast Pro League? And I mean, I just said, well, I'm in school right now. I'm in university. Well, at that point I wasn't. I was enrolled. I was waiting for the fall to roll around. And I said, I mean, it's not an occupation. How foolish of me to say that. But I said, it's not something I want to do. I mean, it's fun. It's a hobby. Maybe. Depends on the circumstances. And you're like, cool, because, you know, I hope it's fine that I say this. Basically what you said was, yeah, because I'd like to cast with somebody else. So, I mean, that shouldn't surprise anybody. And then, you know, we just kind of kept talking. But the question that was asked a lot was like, why me? What did you see in me? How was it, etc.?
So I think a lot of people are wondering about that one. Yeah, I get it. I think mostly it comes down to kind of gut, but also it was objective. I wanted to know more about Parker when I first heard his name, and it was, you know, around the Pro 10s. So I started doing some investigations. I started trying to figure out more about him. And I'll be honest, a big part of the reason why, as I'm sure some of you are able to just now piece together with that information, is he was proactive. He wanted to get involved. He started doing things to get involved. And not everyone does that. A lot of people don't. They just they want things to happen for them, and they aren't sure how to make it happen, and then stagnation ensues. But Parker was just trying to put together 10 minutes. He was just trying to, you know, get somewhere in some degree, and, you know, he happened to talk to the right people at the right time. I think that's a big part of it. But once I started looking more into him, started looking more into Parker, I listened to his very first cast, I think it was, or maybe it was his first one with Devin.
It was the CCS one I sent you, yeah. So it would have been Emzo and I.
Yeah. I listened to that cast, and within the first, I'd say 5 minutes, I just knew I wanted to cast with Parker. I think there's something guttural, or kind of intuitive,
Sexy.
about intuitive. I think is the word.
We'll go with
About
sexy.
well, I'm trying to say understanding who you want to cast with, or if someone has the talent to cast. I think it's an intuitive thing. I think you have to be able to just pick up on that. And I want to say it was like the first sentence or two that Parker was saying during his cast, and I was like, he's got the talent. All he needs is the experience. And so I just felt really good about it. I don't know. I wasn't really sure why. I just felt really good about it, and I've generally trusted my gut through my career. So I started going to bat for Parker everywhere I could. I tried really hard to get him involved. I talked to anyone I could get an ear of. I was like, I want to cast with him. I want to cast with him. I want to cast with him. But it was after, it was only after, of course, Parker said that he was okay with trying it. Can't remember. It's all very fuzzy.
I remember
time ago.
there was quite a bit of time at the beginning where you had posed the question to me as to whether or not I would move to Poland, and at the beginning I kind of said no. I was like, yeah, no, I'm not upending my life to move to Poland. And then basically I said to you, are there any opportunities like stateside? What a silly question that was. And you basically said no, you'd have to move to Poland if you want to do it. And at this point I was like, I had a year left on my degree that was going for urban and regional planning. At this point was what I was supposed to start in September. Obviously didn't start it because, this job came up. But I didn't want to move, and I'd just come home from living abroad for, 2-ish years. So I kind of warmed to the idea because our first conversation was, I want to say like it was May or June. I think it was like June-ish. And then I kind of changed my mind around August where I thought, yeah, I do actually want to do this. And Troy was actually there at a very fateful playtest, if I remember correctly, at UB Montreal, that you were at, Michael. And you showed the video.
Which video?
Were you at that? I
don't think so.
You might not have been at that playtest. I know Jarvis and Foxay were there. I know that for sure.
I don't think I
don't think I ever did a playtest with Troy. I did.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
I couldn't remember if Troy was there. I know Pojo, Foxay, and Jarvis were there. Because Foxay and I had been talking a lot because he was really close friends with the Bittersweet guys, which actually is now the space station team. And a lot of people were thinking around the time of Excellence that as Excellence was having its own turmoil, etc., that Foxay might actually join that Bittersweet team. And I was good friends with a couple of the BS guys, King Leo, Trippin, Chala. And I don't know. I was talking to Foxay a lot at the time. And I remember hearing about that play test where you went, Michael, and you basically just played you told me to send you a video or something of a bunch of clips. Can't remember what it was. You played it at the thing.
I think I remember hearing about it after, but I wasn't at that playtest.
There was, I know what you're talking about. I was in the Ubisoft office. It was a playtest. Troy wasn't there. I was with a couple of the other players. I showed clips of you casting to other players, and we were all basically saying the same thing. We were like, "Whoa, dude, we should get him in there. Oh, this guy's great. Blah 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 blah." And we were. And then as a unit, when we got to, I don't even know if I'm allowed to talk about this because technically it was in Ubisoft's office, but as a unit, when we got to talk to Jeremy, who at the time was like really high up, like esports and all that, I was like, I want to talk with, at least I think this is what happened. Man, this is all so hazy. I want to cast with this guy. And I showed him your content. I showed him your stuff. It's like, I want to cast with him. I think that might have been a big part of like one of the big moments, but I don't really know. It's really, again, a lot of these decisions get made so far above my head
Yeah, Jeremy was like the top of esports for UB Montreal or something like that at the time, if I remember. He was really high up there.
Yeah, Jeremy's a great guy. He's done a lot.
I love Jeremy.
There's a lot of unsung heroes that we could start talking about right now.
Yeah. Jeremy
is one of them. He was such a big factor, and I think in our esports success early on, especially. Anyway, so I talked to him about it. I talked to a lot of other people about it. But yeah, we were just like we took that video you sent me. It was the same one, I think, Parker.
I sent you one of actually when I was Boosted Monkeys versus Empire Gaming Academy, which is that old team that Sweater and Hyper were on. I think Hyper was on it. I can't remember. It was like Sweater and Vane, and yeah, I think Hyper was on it.
Most of the time, it was just the players would sit and listen for like 5-10 minutes, and we would, because I think everyone was hungry for casters, but most of the time I think it just came down to the advocacy.
No, hungry's a player for vitality.
It came down to the all the people who had heard your casting, and everybody who was putting it out there, like, this guy should be able to cast. I think that was it.
You just totally skate over my reference.
I'm ignoring them. I'm hoping they'll go away.
And they're never
a shitty joke, man.
Dude, they're not going away.
Who would laugh at that?
You see what I deal with every day, Troy?
What was the one that we did?
To be fair, I crack a lot of shitty jokes on my team.
That's true. Fair enough.
What was the
People
one?
don't know that, but yeah.
Oh, it was Crazy or something. Or no, Stokes. You said, yeah, I wouldn't be Stoked. And I said, no, Stokes is another caster. And then he lost it. He lost full. I remember around that time, because a lot of people want to know like exactly what happened. Around that time, I had just been approved for a community caster for ESL to cast Go 4s. And I was casting a Go 4, and I got hosted by Crazy, I got hosted by Skies, Focons when he used to be in the scene and was actually like a decently sized streamer as well. There were quite a number of people actually that helped me on that one. And at the time I was talking to actually Emzo a fair bit, because Emzo was with CCS at the time too. And basically Emzo was hoping to go back to Pro League. Now that there were some spots opened up. But Milosh, Bloodbath, and KiX was supposed to be the rotation for Season 6 onwards. Then Milosh has the visa issues, and he gets kind of doomed to purgatory in terms of casting, so he can't work. So now they're back to Bloodbath and KiX, and then it just becomes very obvious that these two are not going to cast with each other, so what do? You're gonna need to bring new people in. And at the time, Emzo and I were actually going to be casting Challenger League. So we were talking, I think it was Vets. Vets was trying to coordinate with Emzo because Emzo was reapproved to cast NA Challenger League on his own channel. And Emzo had messaged me saying, do you want to cast it together? And I was like, yeah, sure, absolutely. I think that'd be great. That'd be an amazing opportunity. Like, I was blown away. And he goes, okay, also there are some days where I can't cast, so it's just going to be you solo casting. And I was like, holy shit, like that's a lot of pressure. And then he goes, I'm reaching out to Vets to make sure you can get approved for Challenger League. And he's like, I'll let you know. I said, okay, cool. Anyway, hilariously, 2 days later, Daniel, our product manager, reaches out to me at 4 a.m. my time, which is 10 a.m. in Poland, this was after that disastrous cast, which was when you had just flown back from the playtest, Michael. You remember? I don't know if you remember that one. You literally landed from Montreal, didn't sleep, and then had to cast like hours later. And
yeah,
you were just that. You were a zombie. Mm-hmm. And I just remember you and Bloodbath were casting, and I was watching it thinking to myself, like, you can just tell they do not like each other one bit. And then right after that broadcast, Daniel reaches out to me and he's like, hey, you want to come cast in Poland? And I just kind of laughed. And it's like I said, it's 4 a.m. my time, gamer hours, by the way. It's 4 a.m. here. And I'm like, guess I'm not going to sleep for a bit. And so I stayed up and we chatted a bunch. And then hilariously, Vets reaches out to Emzo and is like, yeah, INTERRO's approved to be a community caster on the day that I'm flying to Poland to go cast Pro League. And I was like, so I can't really be a Challenger League caster because I'm going to cast Pro League. And then Emzo also ends up getting the job like literally a day later, and both of us end up going to Poland. So now nobody can cast Challenger League. So that's what ended up happening. Was Milos ended up casting it from home with Fabian, if you remember those scuffed as hell casts, which were hilarious at the time. And yeah, just like you, Michael, mine was like Daniel reached out to me on a Tuesday. By Saturday, I was flying to Poland. So it's like things move real quick.
Yeah, I was about to say, I wonder if it has to do with like the nature of show business, or if it's just, that's how it worked out those times. I don't know. I
think it's just that ESL was chronically either they were understaffed or they were underfunded. It's one of the two. Maybe they were well funded and they just didn't use it on staff, or maybe they were maybe they were underfunded or they were overfunded. Who knows? But I found that ESL did a lot of things last minute, just because that usually there was only one or two people that were working on a wide variety of things at the same time, and they just had so much they had to focus on. I know that I know that ESL got a lot of shit for a various amount of things, but the big problem that ESL had was that they didn't seem to have the right amount of people working on the product. They could have easily hired it. Like we had one guy who worked in the background whose name obviously I'm not going to say because I don't think it's public. If they just had another one of him, I think 85% of the problems go away. Now, mind you, that's paying another person a full-time salary. I get it. That's not cheap. But if you have a second person to do basically that same job, most of the problems go away that people saw.
Yeah, I think that like Parker, I have similar sentiments when it comes to ESL, and I guess we could talk about them for just a second here. Mm-hmm. I think with what ESL had at their disposal, they worked some magic.
Yeah, I will say the amount that they could do with what they had was.
Yeah, I think that we couldn't have asked for more at the time, especially given that our scene was so fledgling. I also think, and I'm not going to name any specific scenarios, but I will state as a blanket, there are many instances through ESL and Siege's history where ESL was incorrectly blamed for certain problems that would arise in the community. I couldn't tell you how many times, and again, I will not get specific. I couldn't tell you how many times I hear this person or that person or this person, that person saying ESL this, ESL that, blah, blah, blah. And I know that they're wrong because I know what's happening, but I can't say anything about it. And I just, it bugs me. And I'm not saying ESL is flawless. They've made a lot of mistakes. Everybody does. Every organization does. But damn, they made less than people thought they did.
I think it's kind of very similar, and people are going to hate this. I think it's kind of similar to the LG EG situation with the NAL, was that it's the blame doesn't fall squarely on one side. It's not that simple. And there were a lot of times where something would be made and ESL would just get absolutely destroyed for it. And it would be a Ubisoft decision, and ESL would fight against it, and ESL would be told no. But on the flip side, I know that there were times where ESL would do things without telling Ubisoft, and Ubisoft would get blamed for something that happened in game that was because an ESL admin overstepped, or somebody higher up at ESL unilaterally decided something without actually going through Ubisoft, and now Ubisoft looks like a bunch of jag-offs because ESL did something dumb. Right? So and there were so many times where both of those things happened. And then sometimes, honestly, it was a combination of both. Sometimes, Ubisoft would say something and ESL would try their best to fix it, or vice versa, and there would just be there'd be a problem, right? But I think honestly a lot of it comes back to, for ESL's side, and this is obviously not absolving anybody or anything of blame, is that if there had just been one other person in ESL Polska doing almost the same job as the guy that I know that you're also thinking of, Michael. Yeah. Who basically did everything He didn't really have like a job title. He just did fucking everything.
That's the funny thing, yeah. Because I remember asking him explicitly, "What
do you do?
What are you? Yeah, what do you do?" And he's kind of like, "Well,
he's like assistant product manager or something was like his official title." But it's like that doesn't fucking mean anything. Like, I manage the product. Like, and it's just he would arrange if I had a problem with my landlord, I'd call him. He would solve it. I had issues with, a water pipe burst in my wall and I needed to get it fixed. He coordinated all of that. When it wasn't ready, he's the one who booked the hotel. He coordinated flights and logistics with other people in ESL Polska and then went through that. He quarterbacked all of my visa and residency issues with HR. He was the one that was my first line when I had issues with health and I couldn't make it to things. When I was looking to book flights back home and all that and see if, we could use the ESL's booking company. He was the guy that I went through. All my stuff is in the process of being shipped home from Poland. Guess who's quarterbacking that right now? He's doing all of that. Like, if you just duplicated him, just find one person to do the other half of his job and everything gets fixed. I mean, we have Bartosz right now. He was the social media guy, Ice Cold. He ran the ESL Rainbow Six account. He's literally backing it up in the chat right now. Basically just saying like just one other person to do this guy's job. And I cannot speak highly enough of this person in particular and all of my dealings with them and how much better they made our lives because they were always there for us. And how much better they made the scene too, because they did a lot of shit that nobody ever sees. And Bartosz goes so far as to say that he's the unsung hero of CG Sports. And I don't know if that's a big statement, but I'd say it's probably mostly correct.
Oh, I know Ben.
Yeah.
Damn.
Well, there's his name. So
I mean, he said in the chat.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. And now it's out there, but I mean,
it's fine. He's at events, so I mean, people know who he is.
Well, I was gonna ask who, but I just saw Ben in chat. Yeah.
If there were two Bens,
Ben did a lot for the players too. Then, so I'm impressed.
Yes.
So some clarification. Also, he did a lot for everybody. But Ben, I did work before Ben, or work with ESL before Ben came around, and it was also good then, I will say.
That's when Andrew was in charge, yeah?
My direct contact back then was somebody else, actually. I don't know if we're saying all the names right now, so I'm just going to...
Well, Andrew was Ben's job when I got there, and then Andrew left like in my first month there, and then Ben took over. There was
somebody else who worked... his name wasn't Andrew. There was somebody else who worked Ben's job and other jobs.
That was before Andrew. I remember hearing about them, but I didn't ever meet them.
But then he got no. You've met this person. He still worked with us. He got promoted and he moved to Warsaw.
Yeah. No. I know who you're talking about now.
Okay, you're talking about it.
Yeah.
When I worked directly with him, it was also fantastic. But then back then that was the much smaller times too. And then when Ben got brought in, there was more stuff to be done at that point. There was a lot more layers to it, and he did a lot. But those two working together, especially, did a lot of work, I think. And I'm really grateful for having them. And I really do think that just in general, if we can like just circle ESL as a whole and be like, they did way more than they had any right to be doing, given the resources they had available. I think that's a really important sentiment to get across. I feel like a lot of people just really hate ESL and unjustly. Dudes, I am not working for ESL right now. I can't go back to Poland. I have a whole apartment of stuff in Poland. And you know what they're doing? They are shipping 2 whole pallets of my garbage from Poland to America. So I have my stuff.
Yeah, you can clap for Ben.
And Ben's the one heading that up.
Yeah.
He is shipping all of my nonsense across an ocean. And like no sweat off my brow. Nothing.
Yeah.
He's putting the people to get that stuff into boxes. He's doing the shipping himself. Like that's ESL. I don't work for them anymore. I'm not working for them right
our
now.
Contract ended at midnight, technically 12:01 June 1st.
And he's still doing that.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know what interaction you had with Ben, Troy, but I mean, he didn't do player management. He usually did like logistics at events.
Yeah. He used to be more involved with the players, and then transferred more to Philip.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Yeah,
I mean,
Philip and BK were like the two. And now BK does the same thing for Face It, apparently, which I found out about. But I haven't really seen
my interaction with Ben initially was basically what Philip was doing, like booking flights, all the coordination for players. But then, yeah, he at events like I would see him there, but like he didn't interact with us as much anymore. But he used to. But yeah, I didn't know he did all that.
The problem with somebody like Ben is that he never gets praise when things go well, because that's just his role. And
that's what
I don't think people
get shit when things went bad.
Exactly. It's when shit breaks, he's the whipping boy. Like he just gets singled out and just dumped on when things go badly, and he's the one left holding bags of shit, even when it's not his fault. But when things are going really well and he knocks it out of the park, he never gets told thanks. So I think he could have used more of that. And yeah, like I mean, Ice Cold and now Sierra's in here too, and both of whom work directly with him, so they are perfectly capable of giving their thoughts.
Yeah. I mean, it was just in general. Again, I said it earlier. I'll repeat it again. I think ESL was undervalued, underappreciated, and they did way more than they had any right to be doing.
They weren't perfect, obviously.
Yeah, they weren't. No,
they were not perfect. But I think right now, and Face It's been excellent too. I've actually had zero complaints about Face It. I mean, I know that we're still in the early stages, and I know that it's also a lot easier to not have any complaints when you're working from home. Who knows if I'm in a studio setting, if it's going to be different. But right now, I have no complaints with Face It. I suspect that Seth in the chat would probably disagree with me on that one. And I know that Canadian's smiling and laughing right now. So.
Yeah, that one time.
Well, I'm just laughing because I mean I feel like Seth could complain about anything. Like,
yeah,
if you told Seth like to roast or complain about something, like he'd find a way.
Yeah.
Well, that thing we were talking about, that's still fresh. So I think that's like there were things like that through the ESL period as well.
Yeah, you don't remember the quals till 5 a.m,
right?
That was insane. I feel like Disrupt played 6 games that night.
Ooh! My very first Pro League match. This is a throwback.
Mm-hmm.
I played it at I want to say midnight, 1 a.m. My very first Pro League match. We lost it because I couldn't give comms because back then I wasn't allowed to talk past 10 p.m. in my house. So I'm giving no comms. We're playing against a cheater. Also, this was way.
Was that
back.
Chaos?
This was VWS.
Oh, it was clever.
Yeah, nobody remembers the clever period. Anyway, my first Pro League match. We're playing against a cheater. This was the K9 Ace. Many people remember that.
Oh, on Cafe.
On Cafe, yeah. And I can't give comms. I was so angry, dude. I'm not even kidding.
How are you going to outcom a businessman? That guy's monitoring the stocks on his other monitor while he's fragging out.
He's got his stocks on his second monitor, and he's just killing us all. He's typing in the chat after he gets a frag on the K9. He's like, dude, my stock just went up 2%. I made $100 just now. Woo!
He's in the middle of a gunfight, just casually eyeing his second monitor, watching for the rise. I remember Canadian's video on that.
Oh, fuck that guy.
That was such a good video, and it's such a throwback. Like when people ask me about old time Siege, I'm like, oh, dude, you don't remember, and I link them your video, the video.
People don't know about that, man. Like I remember at the time, like we had our team, and we were not doing like as well as we wanted to be doing. And VWS was doing well, and we were surprised because we didn't think they were a very good team at first. And we're like literally trying to figure out, we're like, why are they as good as they are? And I'm not even kidding. I used to literally preach to my teammates. I'd be like, do you see how Clever plays? We need to play more like this guy. This guy plays fearless. I was like, you guys need, like, I was like preaching. I was like saying to Amar, I was like, you got to play like with this kind of confidence. And I was saying that to Amar, and this guy was fucking cheating.
What?
Like he was like, I thought he was a good player at first, but then anyways, we're sitting there, we're trying to figure out like how to get better. And we see they're streaming scrims, which is like, the fuck are you doing? Yeah. They're streaming scrims, and the whole time this guy's like looking over the fucking side, looks back, kills a guy. Like, what?
What about when he's coming back from the bathroom and you can hear him calling from the other side of the room?
Oh yeah, comes back to the bathroom. They're planning in kitchen, I believe.
My favorite is when he's walking in the front door of Consulate. He doesn't shoot the default cam above the front door. He corners himself in the closet with the drop down, and then he like kills two people, one coming from piano, one coming from mid spiral, and he just like perfectly lines up to kill both of them. The timing is flawless, but he's just crouch walking in, and all the while he doesn't shoot default.
He'd walk around looking at his other monitor, hip firing. He wouldn't even be like ADS'd, and then he'd just go, "Got one." What?
Super fucking good.
And the worst part about it is he would bitch at his teammates too.
Yeah,
like they would do bad, and he'd be like, "What are you doing?" And I'd be like, "You're fucking cheating!" Like, like there's no way you have the fucking audacity to like complain about someone else not getting a kill when you have to fucking cheat to get a kill.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Dude, if you guys want to know what we're talking about, just Google VWS.clever, and it's the YouTube video that's the title. That is the YouTube video. That's it. Canadian did the voiceover for it. We did, dude. Do you remember?
Link in the chat? I have the link.
Yeah, if you're a mod, you're both mods in my chat.
Throw it in there. I got it. He's Troy's got it. Okay. But if we could talk about that for a second, because this is actually a fun aside. Remember when we did that whole meeting where we had like all the pros in NA?
You signed a letter.
We all signed a letter.
Yeah.
And believe it or not, back then, that letter actually almost pushed NA to destruction.
It was a shit
Thanos
show.
snap.
Yeah, it actually almost completely deleted the NA scene for CG Sports. That could have been the end right there.
Okay, you have to explain that for the people watching, though.
So, from my understanding, Ubisoft was not very happy about what happened there. It went all the way to the top. There was a deep conversation. And essentially, after we signed that letter, after everyone in NA signed that letter, it almost caused some serious issues with the NA scene coming into questions like, do we really care about these guys? Do we really want them to like, be able to keep going and all that stuff? And because the scene was fledgling back then, you got to remember, like, we're not talking about like big numbers that are holding up the game and all that stuff. We're talking about like people that just wanted to play esports. Nobody was getting salaries. Nothing like that. We were all just excited and happy to be there.
Yeah.
But that went all the way to the top and almost came crashing down on our heads. But luckily it didn't.
You would think that they would be more upset with the cheating in their top level, or than the the pros boycotting. And
the problem was they couldn't prove it.
I mean, boycotting works. Look at what just happened with League. Extremely proud of what just happened with League of Legends. The LEC, the League European Championship, announced a partnership with, what is it, Neom? Neom, yeah. It's like a Saudi Arabian esports city organization, etc. And of course, plenty of issues with human rights in Saudi Arabia, especially when, and they announced this partnership, and it's like, you have the fucking LEC logo is the pride and transgender flag, and you're announcing a partnership with a government entity that is known to kill homosexuals amidst all the other issues that Saudi Arabia has. And it's like, do you not understand anything at all? Like, how the fuck are you going to have a pride flag as your logo and you're announcing a partnership where that is not only outlawed, but can result in state-sanctioned murder? Unbelievable. I couldn't fucking believe it, honestly. And every single LEC talent said that they refused to work on air until that deal was walked back.
They got to walk back,
and,
right?
And you know what?
Yeah,
it got walked back.
day.
I cannot imagine how much money that cost them, and I cannot imagine how many heads are going to roll. But I have nothing but the greatest respect for those LEC talent. They all put their not just their work in that role, but their whole careers in esports on the line. They put it all on the line for that. Because whether it's right or wrong, if Riot calls your bluff and all of you are out jobs, that might be the end of your career in esports. And they put that on the line because that's how much they believed in it. That's how much they believed in their principles and integrity. And I got to say, it works. It works. Yes. Clap for the LEC talent.
Mm-hmm.
Clap for the LEC talent. I was extremely proud and very impressed with all of them. So, but yeah, I mean, everybody banding together, I think it can make a huge difference. And I mean, imagine that people unionize and then people have rights when that happens. Wow. Yeah. Not to get political here, but pineapple's good on pizza. Anyway.
Yeah.
So
that's almost destructive.
Yeah, I mean that's crazy to think. I mean, I kind of get it, and at the time, I think people also need to realize how small Rainbow Six was at the time. Most people for the first year thought that Rainbow Six was not going to live, right? And it's like if you go back and you look at the player numbers, the game didn't really grow that much for the first 4 seasons. It wasn't, I feel like, until Velvet Shell where the game actually started to take off. That's when I think the game's real upswing in popularity was. And then Operation Health obviously happened. And as much as we meme it, it did fix a lot of shit. It made the game an unplayable mess to a more playable mess that they've still since tinkered with. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean, Operation Health, I talked to them about it at length. And my understanding of Operation Health was they were reworking the internal code.
Yeah.
They were reworking
it
the back end.
Yeah, they were porting the code or something like that.
Because they wanted to make it more fixable. Because the initial design of Siege was very bootstrap, and it was very like one guy would do this whole thing, this whole facet of the game would be done by just this one guy, and only this one guy knows how to mess with this stuff. So because he did it. And Operation Health is we're reworking everything so that it all works for everyone and we can make changes as necessary. So a lot of people look at Operation Health and are like, oh, it didn't get all the fixes, it didn't get all the bugs. And it's like, well, no. But if you actually look, the mid-season reinforcement right after Operation Health fixed the vast majority of the immediate most crucial bugs at that time. And all subsequent updates were much more impactful than previous updates before Operation Health. That's what it was about.
Yeah, I came a long way. Definitely, I remember year one. Especially during that Clever situation. I mean, I think Amar actually took a break from the game after that. I had to convince him and MVK to come back to play the game again because they didn't think it was going to carry on.
Do it again.
I didn't even think it was going to
convince him again.
Do it again.
I mean,
convince him again.
I probably will try. It's coming. He knows it's coming.
He'll be back.
But
you
right
can't
now,
outrun it, Amar.
He's on the Valorant grind right now, I believe. So
I hope that works for him.
Dude, they introduced that new character that looks like Dokkaebi, and she has a little turret, and just everybody lost their fucking minds. And I was.
What's its name?
Killjoy, which is hilarious that it's called Killjoy.
Check it out.
It looks like Dokkaebi.
Whoa, it looks exactly like Dokkaebi.
It looks exactly like Dokkaebi.
With a yellow jacket.
Yeah, and it has a little turret and a little alarm thing. And I just remember when it came out and just everybody was like, you're kidding me. And I was like, it only gets worse from here. Buckle up.
I wonder, if we're taking a sidetrack to Valorant, I wonder how they're going to handle operator saturation with their game. I think it'll be a really interesting thing to watch because the way that Siege just handled it has been very interesting, regardless of where you stand on it all. And I think with these games that are influenced greatly by the heroes or the operators or what have you that they release, how they choose to make them interact and how they choose to mitigate the oversaturation. Very important to their survival.
I think that the one thing when it comes to introducing operators that isn't really talked about, and I mean, Rainbow Six is kind of going through this now as well, and I know that Valorant is going to have it too. The one good thing that Overwatch did early was it designed classes. So you know who is going to be doing damage, etc. And the MOBAs obviously are the blueprint to follow because you've got your tanks, you've got your DPSs, you've got your support, yada, yada, yada. It's the same with Overwatch. Problem with Rainbow Six is that you can design operators like Blackbeard, like Amaru, like Nook, that are literally just fragging operators, but then you base the game around utility, and then the fragging operators aren't good. They're not even good at fragging because you can't cut through the utility to do that job. So then you end up with operators that are good with utility that can frag, like Buck, like Sledge, you know, like maybe Maverick if you need him in that role, maybe Thatcher, Zofia is another one that you can use. But now we're in this bizarro world where Ashe is a utility operator, and Zofia and Ashe are way too valuable to be losing early because you need them so badly. So it's like the one thing that Valorant I think needs to do is they need to have like their dedicated roles. And I know they do. I know that they do. They have like every single one of their like characters or whatever has like a distinction as to what they're usually used for. But I think they need to really stick to that and flesh that out. And if things change as the game grows organically, then I think they need to be quick to answer to that, because the one thing that they have going for them is that you can pick any player, like any character on attack or defense. It doesn't matter. It's not like Rainbow Six where you can only use some on attack and only use some on defense. I think that'll make it relatively like easier to balance. I don't know what their schedule is like. How often are they supposed to be releasing a new character? Do we know? Is it like every two? It's like every 2 months or something like that. Every 3 months.
I don't even know if they've announced that or said that.
Well, I mean, maybe they'll just keep it dynamic. They don't have to lock themselves in.
Yeah.
Necessarily. Yeah. I mean, you can make one a month and then 2 months.
Every 2 months,
Maybe.
apparently.
That's what I was gonna say. Is that
every 2 months
it'll come out at a slower pace because, like, I mean, one weird thing about that game in the first place is like it has 4 maps. Like that's weird.
They need maps, and nobody really likes them, right?
Only 4 maps.
There's only one map that people like, isn't that the case from what I've been reading online?
I think there might be 2. I know no one likes Split.
There's only like 4
Is that the one?
Is
Split
maps.
The one with 3 bomb sites?
No,
the one with 3. Dude, I played the one with 3 bomb sites, and I honestly was like, I'm too dumb to play this game.
Yeah, I don't like the maps very much. I think that's probably one of my biggest deterrents when it comes to Valorant. But at the same time, I feel like that's something, of course, that will get worked on.
Yeah.
Give them time. I'm most curious, and Necrox and I were just talking about it in the chat. I'm most curious to see how they handle the utility and, again, the operator saturation. If they just keep making new ops every 2 months, that's a slower pace than Siege. But for the record, we did 2 ops every 3 months. That was our pace for a long time, and we're finally slowing it down.
But I think a lot of people thought that was too much, though.
It was, and
I think it was too much.
It was far too much. What ends up happening there is, and you know, like you'll hear even I've talked to people who are like, well, the pros are going to be upset about it because you know they have to reinvent the wheel every 3 months. And well, yeah, first of all, yeah, that's a layer to it, but also that's not all of it. You're going to tire out your player base, man. Yeah. Like the more ops you release, the more fatiguing it becomes to not only play the game, but more importantly, every time you reinvent that, you're like, man, maybe I should take a break. Let's say you do eventually take that fateful break and you step away for one DLC. You just don't play. Just take a day off, you know, in a matter of speaking, 3 months off.
Yeah.
And then you come back and there's another DLC out. So you didn't play the last one and there's this new one. You're like, okay, I'm finally going to jump back in. There are 4 operators now that you don't know. You don't know what they do. You don't know how they influence things. And they have completely changed the landscape of the meta. Everything is different. Everything is new.
Yeah, what was that one quote? It's like the operator, you won't be defined by your operators. Like gunfights will be the big thing for Valorant. Was like what they said at the start, right?
It was a big thing for Valorant, yeah.
Yeah.
But you know, I'm just right now, just to be clear, I'm talking about Siege, but yeah, I remember the first time this happened to me as a player was TF2. TF2's been a long running game, really long running. And I left. I played for like 3,000, 4,000 hours. I left for a few months because I had other stuff I had to do. I finally came back, and I remember distinctly, like I was like, this game is so different. I don't even know it anymore, and I couldn't get back into it. I didn't want to play it anymore. And I'm not saying we shouldn't change things, but I am suggesting that the rate at which you change things, the rate at which you release new content, must be moderated.
Yeah,
I agree. I think one of the problems too is like, so personally, like I don't mind the experience of like relearning things, like when they come out with new operators and it completely changes things. I don't mind that experience, but I think one of the problems is that they're going through the options they have for like new operators and new like abilities and all that like too quickly. Like just pace it out, right? Like if you imagine like if they took all the operators we currently have and then released them like one or two at a time, I guess two at a time makes sense because they want to do an attacker and defender. So I can kind of understand that. But if they did it at like even half the pace, it would be I feel like it would feel a lot more comfortable than it is now. I think just things added up too quickly. Like first we got Maestro, and then all of a sudden now like we added in Wamai and we're getting Malusi, and now all of a sudden like there's way too much fucking utility. Like we had Goyo as well. Like it all came so fast. Like
Yeah.
I think that's part of the issue. And I do agree with what you said, KiX, where if you take a break it's hard to come back to. But I think that's the case with like I think that is hard to avoid. Like I experience that with other games I play because I take breaks from every other game I play other than Siege. And like I find that I won't go back to them. Like I used to play Hearthstone all the time, and like just
Hearthstone.
I don't even know what the decks do anymore. So I literally never went back to it. Like there was a couple times I went back to it, but like shortly after I took a break, and then just by the time I wanted to play again, I had no idea what the fuck I was doing, and I was like, well, I don't want to relearn everything again. And it was the same with League of Legends. Like I used to play League of Legends a ton for I think it was the first 3 seasons or something. And I like played it all the time. And then I think I took like 2 seasons off or something. And I never felt like coming back because it was too overwhelming to come back to. So I think that's a problem with a lot of games, but I feel like that's kind of something unfortunately you have to deal with if you take a break, as much as it sucks. Like I think if you really like the game enough, I guess you deal with it. But yeah,
that's the point, though, right?
I think it's about moderation. It's you gotta be careful with the pace as the development team, and then there are little things that you can do to try and help people understand what's going on, to coax them into getting back in, to encourage them to learn. Like one thing off the top of my head that I know League of Legends does, for example, when they release a new hero, I think they call it champion. When they release a new one, there's a YouTube video that's very succinct, very high production value, and that YouTube video comes out every time. It explains the operator or the champion, explains what that champion does at length, but also again succinct, and then how it interacts with some notable common interactions. That's gonna like if they think this is gonna be a jungler, they'll tell them about how it interacts with the other meta junglers of the time. So that they leave the breadcrumbs and such. And again, like the pace could be slowed down. I think they did say they're slowing down the pace of the operators in Siege.
Yeah, 1 every season now.
Yeah, and
which is interesting because it's gonna give an advantage to either defense or attack, and it's gonna go back and forth.
In a matter of speaking,
Wait, I didn't even know that's happening in Siege. One operator at a time now?
Yeah.
No, I don't know these things. Like
it was announced at the Invitational.
Do you think while I was preparing for the grand finals against NIP that I was sitting there and watching the DLC preview?
I mean that's why, Troy, that's why I tweet with the check marks.
Isn't it the only reason to go to the Invitational?
Do you think I read your tweets? Okay. Sorry.
No, but so I think that we're getting that slowed down, and I think that'll be good in a manner of speaking. I'm very curious to see how that actually changes the game when it would be attack or defense. I'm very curious.
I mean, we saw it when both Lion and Finka came out. I mean, obviously, Lion is an anomaly, but Lion and Finka came out. That was the only season where the attackers have actually had a better win rate than the defenders. That's it. It's the only time. I mean, except going back to like way back.
It's so hard to say that with Lion being the exception to the conversation. He was so powerful at his release.
I mean, you can just have another Lion and just do that again.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, you can just release really stupidly powerful operators.
Yeah,
every
that.
DLC.
I mean, they released Malusi, so.
Oh, dude, Ace and Malusi. I mean, I'm sure Troy has a lot to say about that. Are we talking about that?
He's talked about that.
I've talked about.
He talks about them every show.
Yeah. I bet.
We've discussed them.
Yeah.
I'm sure I'm sure I share the sentiment with Troy on everything. Wait, one thing though, do you think Ace is the hardest hard instructor? Just in general.
Like the best one?
Sorry, yeah, the best hard instructor. I think it said hardest. I don't know.
I mean, I think it kind of has to be in combination.
Mm.
But I mean, I think overall, yeah.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, because it's the, you know what it is that pushes him over the edge?
Is it his face mask?
He can throw the, no, it's that he can, his face mask looks so silly. When you see that face, you don't think it's going to be one of the best operators in the game, but then it is.
Fucking diaper on his face, bro.
Exactly. Anyway, so
it makes cosplaying pretty easy though. Just go down to your local store and just get a pair of Huggies. Cut out some holes.
The thing that makes him better than all the other hard instructors is he can throw all his gadgets all at once. You can just throw them all out there. Just takes a second. It's on there. Done. And that's it. That's the story.
Omar said, "Oh my god, yeah, it's so true." I thought the same thing, Omar. When Ace came out, I thought of Young. Like Young loves this fucking goofy shit. The guy's got a fucking diaper on his head, and Young loves that.
Why doesn't he play Oryx then? Oryx is the goofiest looking operator right now in the game. I guess Ace is probably goofier, but Oryx is pretty goofy.
Oryx is okay, I think.
Oryx is just not a good operator. That's why for most needs, but
he's just inconsistent. It's very niche.
I just wanted to mention, not trying to get back onto this topic, because I think let's go on like maybe one more topic and then we can talk about, we can do the questions for you because we're just over 2 hours now. One of the people that I think needs to be praised, because we praised Ben, we praised Sierra, praised a lot of people at ESL. BK is one of the hardest working people. That man would forego sleep for like 4 days just so he could admin different regions and go fors, etc. And I think he was unjustly overworked. And I think he did an excellent job. And I know he's always watching. I don't know if he's watching this podcast. I have no idea. But I do know that he's always watching. BK is always watching. He's with Faceit now, which I think is great. But he's just, he literally just said in chat, yes, I am. Okay, well, he's here. That's creepy as hell. But I mean, that's classic BK. BK 201 obviously put in a ton of work as well. And I'm glad that he's with Faceit. But we haven't really interacted. I just wanted to give him praise because I realized that when we were saying nice things to everybody, I hadn't actually said any nice things to him, and I felt like I should have because he was great. So
agreed.
He and I went grocery shopping a couple times too. So
he's a hardworking dude. He's
a very hardworking dude, and he was in all of it with the exception of the final one, which Larch was in, if you remember. BK was in all of our qualifier calls, and he sat there in the Discord call. And he just had to hear us be fucking morons for hours and hours. So for that alone, he deserves praise. So
he was on standby so that you didn't fucking cost another team a qualifier map.
I just remember after that happened, not just a map, that cost them the whole fucking series. That pushed them into the lower bracket. But I still I took all responsibility for that. I apologize. But after that one, I was like, BK, you're in every call with us, every single time. You were sitting in it, and you were going to have... Vets was in the first one. Was in the first one, then BK, then we had... I don't think we ever had Sierra, and then we had Larch Tree at the end. So, anyway. But yeah. Transitioning now. Let's talk very briefly, Michael, about the Paris Major and onward. You decided to focus more on casting. How has it been since? Do you regret making that call? Obviously, you're casting with me, so the answer is yes. You clearly regret it. Post Paris Major till now, how have you seen your own personal growth? Have you regretted that you've decided to go all in on casting? And how do you think the scene has grown with you as a caster?
No, I haven't regretted it. I think, the thing that always gives me a little bit of a level of surety is that I know that long term, the thing that I do, the position that I find myself in, makes the most sense. Like as a long term career, as a not just during Siege's lifespan. No matter how you look at it, Siege will die eventually. Whether that's 15 years from now, 6 years from now, we have no idea.
Mm-hmm.
But we'll get there. We'll get there eventually. A lot of people say it's happening right now. That's bull. I keep my finger on that pulse. It's not happening right now. But
KiX said it, so it's. I think that's the saying. If KiX said it, it's true.
But the thing that makes it most, I think, reassuring to me from my decision is that I know that I can take casting and apply it to other things later in life. I think that it's a much more malleable talent. And I think that's the ultimate. Well, it's one of the reasons. Again, I think the main reason I stuck with casting was because of Parker. I didn't want to ditch him, and I didn't want to like give up on him and all that. And but the assured nature of casting versus playing was, I think, was a big factor. And if I look back on it now, I just remember, yep, no, I'm gonna be able to cast. I'm gonna be able to keep casting. If I do it well enough, if I keep polishing well enough, I'll be able to keep doing it. And on that note, since the Paris Major, I think my casting has gotten better. There are still issues. One of the things that I'm trying to tackle right now in particular is, aside from the normal run-of-the-mill stuff, like you're always trying to change your vocabulary, you're always moving that stuff around, or you're always trying to improve on this and that. One of the things in particular I'm trying to account for right now is, since we're in this 20-second meta, trying to take a step back when doing shoutcasting from actually analyzing the literal things that happen in game. So like the crossfires and the angles and stuff, because I don't get to see all of those, because the 20-second meta usually means that we're like the view that we have is kind of frantic. So a lot of stuff isn't always on screen. And as much as that's, partially on the game and luck of the draw for the spectator, it's also my job as a professional to still present a consumable product. So one of the things I'm trying to work on is, instead of working on what I usually like to deal with, which is facts and information in the game, trying to weave a story that still has a flow and does not get interrupted by the somewhat jagged nature of our current viewing experience.
It's honestly, learning how to cast in the different metas is a challenge too, right? Like when we were casting in the Lion meta, it was by far and away the hardest casting that I think that we've ever done. Whereas the Ying Glaz meta was pretty easy, right? Spectate Glaz and go from there. Whereas with Lion, it was, especially for you and I think it might have made it actually easier for us. Because we are flexible and we can both do play-by-play, we can both do color. Obviously, my analysis is nowhere near as good as yours.
I wouldn't say that.
But we can thank you. We can very easily just kind of keep doing what we're doing. It's not like, oh shit, action's happening, now I got to give it to, the play-by-play, or oh shit, now there's a break, I got to give it to the color commentator. And I think that the Lion meta was really hard, because there would be rounds where it's like, it would be over in 40 seconds. And then there'd be rounds where there'd be nothing for 2 minutes, a 20-second burst of action, back to nothing, 20-second burst of action, and then a slow, prolonged death, anticlimactic, there's the end. And it's like, how do you cast that? It's so challenging. So that can be pretty tough to do. And then you and I obviously like just trying to get into sync, obviously, because it's like we all have our bad days, especially casting online. That's a challenge because you and I rely a lot on being in person and hand signals and all that stuff. And that can be tough to do when you're online. But I think if you look at our growth as a duo from the Paris Major onward, the Paris Major, in my opinion, is the worst casting I've ever done. And I mean, a lot of that too was that I was going into that event not knowing if that was going to be the last time that you and I ever casted together. So for me, it was like, I've been casting for about a year at this point. I'm still finding my footing. I feel like we've worked towards some pretty cool milestones, and I think that we've done a good job of it, but I might be losing that. Obviously, that, like with both of you, going into events where you know that somebody's going to be leaving your team, it affects you, whether you want to acknowledge it or not, or try to shove it out of your mind. And I think since then, we have made a really good effort, and we have both been good at getting feedback, at working on things. I think after the Paris Major, you and I also just became closer friends, culminating with our time at DreamHack Winter, I think in Sweden. And then from like there on, I think that was like DreamHack Sweden, DreamHack Winter, the end of 2018 was where Ice was like, after that event, we just went off like guns a-blazing.
Yeah.
And that's where I think like we took it up to like another level. And I think it's been pretty solid since then. I like that we're now starting to get other duos in the scene. I mean, don't get me wrong. I think you'll probably say the same thing. I think it's cool as hell that a lot of people perceive us to be like the faces of siege casting. But at the end of the day, the more that there are, you know, there are more tastes out there that want to hear other people. There are great voices out there that deserve to be heard. Our scene benefits from it. I mean, even if we want to be selfish, we benefit from it too, because if we're casting everything, people are going to get tired of us, and we're going to get tired of casting. So
we benefit in other ways too.
Yeah.
Like if you use your brain, you think about that for a second. There's a lot of ways that we benefit from having other talents, and more importantly, I personally feel like on a very personal level, I feel like casting is a competitive platform in the same way that playing is a competitive platform, and maybe it's less obvious and direct. But I wholeheartedly embrace that competition, and I want more of that. And I feel like there's a lot of undervalued talents in the casting community right now.
Yeah,
Prestige specifically.
Yeah, I mean, people got really tired of seeing Penta win all the time. Nobody probably more tired of it than Troy.
I was just tired of losing myself. Nothing to do with them. I don't care who wins, as long as I don't care who it is winning. If it's someone other than me, I don't like it.
Yeah.
That's all.
Got it.
Yeah.
No, I just think there's validity in that. People want variety, and I think that's good. And, you know, if we've made a mark on casting, I think that's cool. But I think that there's stuff that we can learn. I listen to Ace and Dez cast, and I learn things. You know, I listen to Blue and Stokes cast. I learn things. I listen to Veli's analysis. I listen to Dev's analysis. I listen to Jess's analysis. I learn things. I talk to players. I learn things. You know, and I think you're foolish if you think that you've never stopped learning and that there's nothing for you to gain or to get that can help you, that can help you grow. There's always a way to be better in some way, shape, or form. And I'm glad that our scene is now starting to develop other duos. And honestly, Jackie has really impressed me. Jackie doing LATAM with Ace, I've been really impressed with him. I think he's done an extraordinarily good job for somebody who I didn't think knew this game at all. I think a lot of that credit goes to Ace, because I think Ace is just such a good caster that you can stick people with. Then that, to me, that's the mark of a good caster. If people always cast well with you, the common factor is you, right? Like you make them better. And I think Ace is definitely that kind of guy. I think Dez is as well. I think Dezichu makes people good casters as well. I mean, he had to cast with Flynn for crying out loud. So, but yeah, I mean, I as we now close the chapter on you and I, like talking about this on the podcast, it's been a real pleasure. And I appreciate like hell that you gave me a chance out of nowhere to move to another continent and cast with you. And I cannot thank you enough. So
wasn't just me.
I know, but just take the credit.
Yeah, I think a lot of that will also go to the people at Ubisoft and at ESL who were down for it, you know. And to truth be told, we actually don't even know to this day who would have made final decision on that. You know, I mean, we know who I lobbied for it. I lobbied a lot, but who? The person who in the board meeting, when presented with the idea, was like, sure, that person is still unknown to us.
I mean, Daniel from ESL was the one who gets the credit from ESL, but
he was the one who went and did it.
Yeah, who from Ubisoft is the one, and I'm actually very curious about that.
I don't even know if we don't know if it was an enthusiastic, 100%.
It was like, yeah, great. Whatever.
Or just like, sure, whatever, another caster, okay.
Well, he smacked the booty. I don't know. Let's talk about streaming, because I think this is something that both of you can talk about now. And this will be the last topic before we get into questions. Because both of you are streamers. Troy obviously streams reluctantly. I still think I'm sub to you.
I wouldn't call myself a streamer, but sure.
Dude, those T-Hunt music no cam streams, legendary, dude. I
usually kept the cam on.
You're just running around on border with Jackal, just listening to some Red Hot Chili Peppers, you know, the Poge playlist. Um, both of you are streamers, obviously. And for you, Michael, I mean, I guess it kind of ties into the fact that we do this podcast. As a caster, do you see the job that you do in the community as just being a caster? Do you see yourself as more than that? And do you think you need to? Or is this a job where you can just show up as a caster, cast matches, and then leave?
No, you can't do that. I mean, you could. You're not going to get very far. I actually brought this up somewhat earlier. We were talking about Bloodbath, where it's, if that's all you do, you show up and you cast and that's it. Then and you treat it like a 9 to 5, then you're not going to, I think, be conducive to this kind of environment. Siege is a very personal esport. It's a very tight knit community because a lot of us have been here since the beginning, and a lot of us have always been invested in it, regardless of what other people have said. I think all of us here can say that right now. And I think having extended involvement not only with the greater scene, but with the people involved in the scene and other facets of that, like players or admins or production or what have you, really trying to work with everyone hand in hand, Ubisoft, to push things forward no matter what. I think that's crucial. And for me personally, I would say that casting, for my involvement in the Siege scene, casting probably amounts to 35 to 40% of what I do. Most of what I do in the Siege scene, it's not public stuff. I don't really talk about it. Like a lot of the things that I'm, and it's not like I'm not saying, oh, I'm in with Ubisoft. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about like just involvement in the scene as a greater whole. I think that for me, it's and this might seem a little cheesy, but it's a bit of it's kind of just my life right now. And of course that might change in the future, but like you two, I have been living Siege since it's the very beginning. Literally my entire adult life, I've been living Siege. So, and I'm 23 now. So that's just it. That's it. I've just been living it.
23 years of Rainbow Six. Damn.
Oh my God. Adult life. But no, I mean, the casting is part of it. The casting is a big part of it. I think what you do around the casting, on the other parts that you involve yourself in, those are also crucial. One thing resonates with me with what Troy was talking about, if I could put words in his mouth, where he was when he made that tweet about he always wanted to make content that was meaningful in Siege outside of just being a player, and how this podcast facilitates that. And I think and how he felt lucky to have that. And I think I agree with that sentiment. I think having those outlets, having that involvement outside of just the one thing that you do, is not only important, it's crucial to Siege's success and Siege's livelihood. So casting is part of it, but it's not all that you do. And it's not just me who's like that. It's most Siege people.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's very different for me. I think I used to be more where I tried to stream more. I can't do it. But I guess I'll reference that tweet that you mentioned. Like I've always wanted to contribute more to the scene because of course, like I'm grateful for the fact that I have this opportunity, and I'm very well aware of the fact of like how many people support me and are interested in me and want it like they want me to stream. They want to hear my opinions on the game. They want to see me play the game. And I'm very aware of that fact, and I'm very appreciative of the support I get. But I guess the obvious ways to kind of give back content that they can actually consume is like YouTube or streaming. And for me, it's very demanding to do that. I'm actually a very introverted person. A lot of people don't know that about me. A lot of people expect me to be the same guy screaming on stage all the time and all that. But yeah, like anyone that's teamed with me, they can tell you I'm a very introverted person. I actually like after practice, I'll like just go back to my room or like chill on the couch, whatever, like keep to myself, read, watch TV, like whatever I do, watch streams. But I need time to decompress because I can't do it all the time. And the thing is in my role on my teams is I have to be very talkative, very communicative. Like in a leadership role, it takes a lot out of me. So usually after scrims, like there's no way I could do like streams and sit there and talk to chat all the time. I just couldn't do it. And then the same goes for YouTube as well, putting in the effort to do that. So this is something that it's the type of content I want. Like I could stream realistically and just not talk, but I don't feel like it would be the type of content I would want to produce. Like I don't want just me playing because I don't think that's what I am. Like I don't think I'm a pro player because of my gameplay. I think I'm a pro player because of like what I bring to a team. So I would rather stream and like talk to chat and answer questions and kind of share my thoughts on the game and stuff like that. And I think that's what this podcast is good for, is it's that side of me where it's me talking about the game, me talking about my thoughts on something in the scene, me talking about what I think of so and so player or so and so team, how I think they can maybe solve their issues, whatever. I think that's how I contribute best, and that's the type of content I want to push for. So yeah, finding that kind of sweet spot where it's not too demanding of me. Like I can do this once a week and I can feel okay, because the rest of the week I can just focus on the team, focus on practice, and I'll be fine. So yeah, I'm glad we found this. I'm glad Parker's doing this with me. And especially he puts in a ton of work with it as well. You guys, I was joking about it before the stream, but like you guys have an overlay, you guys get the announcements, you guys get it uploaded everywhere. Like I show up and talk.
Dude, Candor and Zantoo do an outstanding amount of work.
Parker, Candor, and Zantoo do so much work. I literally show up and talk. So
Troy steals checks.
Yeah,
as you heard.
Yeah.
Troy stealing checks.
A lot of credit to all of them. But yeah, I'm glad I found this, and I'm glad I can give back to the community and not kind of push myself over the edge, because end of the day, like I think part of the reason why people like me is because they can see that my priority always is competition and winning. Like that's who I am. People look at me, they know that's what I'm here to win. That's what I want to do. I don't think that's really questioned, and I don't want to change that, and I want to keep that part of me because that's my genuine self, and I think that is why people like me. So, yeah, I wanted to maintain that, but also be able to give back to you guys. So, yeah, thank you for giving me this opportunity, and thank you, Parker, Candor, Zantoo, everyone that watches, all of that.
Yes, hyper claps for everybody. This honestly, like, I couldn't do this alone. It was something that I've been kicking around for a while. I think you give me too much credit for this. I think it's a team effort. Like I said, I think Candor and Zantoo do great work. Candor does all the graphic work, so everything you see on the screen, all that jazz, that obviously that's all him. Zantoo does the timestamps, he does the editing, he does the uploads for us, and then I put them all on the different platforms. So, you know, it's a team effort. So this has turned into a very wholesome podcast where we all give thanks. It makes me think of a certain Thanksgiving tweet that jumps to mind with Troy, but I don't know, it's slipping my mind here. Something about second place, and I don't know. Anyway, and thank you, Michael, for coming on so far. It's been great having you, as you look so riveted. Thanks, KiX. So, I mean, I will just touch on what all of you have said, and it's the one thing that does kind of strike me as odd for Rainbow Six is that if you look at other communities, their casters don't really stream. Like, I've tuned into like CSGO casters, I've tuned into League casters, I've tuned into Call of Duty. Their casters do tend to pull pretty good numbers. But it's like, if you look at some Dota casters, if you look at some CSGO casters, Overwatch casters, etc., most of them don't pull good viewership. And I find that really odd. Like, obviously Sideshow and Bren do quite well when they stream. Sideshow in particular has an excellent stream in Overwatch. You know, CSGO, Pimp has been doing a good job with his streams, but for the most part, the rest of them don't really pull huge viewership. And I do find that kind of odd. Because outside of like Pimp, like Maven and Call of Duty, and Sideshow, I mean, they'll get a couple hundred viewers, fine, but it's like, it's crazy to me how little of the actual talent does side content. And maybe it's just that they work more than us. Maybe they're paid better than us, so they don't need to. Maybe they're just busier than us. I don't know. I have read from some casters, Uber actually talked about this on Twitter. Somebody was asking about, like, somebody asked him like why he's not streaming or why he's not doing, like, you know, content, why he's not tweeting, etc. And he said, because I think it's important that when I have my time off, I take it. Like when we're not doing Overwatch League, like I decompress. I think it's helpful for you to step back and like live your life and not just be constantly immersed in the 24/7 esports bubble. And I will say, I honestly, like, I think that is a benefit. I think there's a benefit to that. But I think for us, because we are a bit of a younger scene, and I think that Rainbow Six is such a daunting game to begin with, I think the more content that is good, the better. And when I say that's good content, I mean like insightful. There's plenty of room for meme videos like Anthony Pitt and Too Mad style of videos, Tuxbird, Cobb, the Nonsense House, or whatever they're called. Like, those videos are great. They're not always super informative. They're very entertaining. I think that where we really suffer is we don't have a ton of informative content. And if this podcast can be but one of those that helps build a foundation of it, then that's really all I want. Where people who don't understand the game, who don't understand the theory behind the top level play, who don't understand why players and teams have done certain things, and if this is a podcast that can kind of shed some light on that, mission accomplished. That's basically what I want to do. And also get on guests that can give their stories and give insight into their own experiences and where they've come from and why they're here.
Agreed. So, I think actually something I want to mention from you saying that, I guess a lot of people don't know this about me, and I don't know, I guess it's an obvious thing that they don't know it about me because like I've never shared it, I guess, but like prior to Siege, like I was a hardcore like esports fan of like every game I played. Like Call of Duty tournaments, I would like make sure I'd watch them all the time. Like Halo, it was the same thing. StarCraft, I used to wake up at like 4 a.m. and watch GSL. Like I was literally just like in love with any esport, honestly. Like I watched them all. Yeah, pretty much any like pretty big esport out there I had watched, and I love this type of content, that insightful content where like you would get to see like the inner workings of a pro team. Like, oh my god, like the Dota 2 True Sight series, like that's like it's like heroin for me or something. Like it's crazy. I love that stuff. I'm like, I just get absolutely hooked on it, and I think there's obviously a lot of people out there that feel the same way, because like that type of content does well because it's interesting. People get to understand these players, and they get to, I mean, it humanizes them as well, but also they get to appreciate more, like, I guess even the non-gameplay side, like what goes into a team and how people contribute to it, and just overall like their understanding of the game. It helps you understand the game better because you see how like the best players see the game and stuff like that. So yeah, I definitely think as well, Parker, that type of insightful content is very important, and yeah, it's always good to have. I think also, to add on to what you mentioned previously about casters and other games, I do think in a lot of cases, I think they're busier. Like in CS, like they had obviously it's changing a bit now, but like for the longest time they had so many events, like I don't know how they could ever stream, and I think even with Dota it was like that for a bit probably as well. League maybe not as much, but I don't know, I'm not sure about League with casters, because it doesn't seem like they stream very often, but they like probably could, because it's just like they just play once a week, right? Like they probably could.
Well, they do a lot of side content. I do know that.
Okay, that makes sense.
I mean, the amount of side content and skits and stuff that come out for sponsors and stuff like that, at least for LEC, is quite high. And And I mean, obviously not getting into inner workings, but the amount that CSGO and League casters are paid in comparison to Rainbow Six casters is not even comparable. And I mean, you know, for them, it might just not be worth the money. They're making most CSGO casters at the top level and like the proper Riot casters, from what I've heard, they're making so much money. There's no, I mean, like they could stream, but but why? Yeah. Like, I mean, like, don't get me wrong. Like it can be passion, but if they're working a bunch and doing lots of stuff and they don't need to worry about money, then take your time off and run with it. You know, like the teams also do an excellent job of putting out content in the LEC. I will say that in LCS. And that's one thing that, you know, they're in chat right now. I want to commend Dark Zero for.
Yeah.
Dark Zero's behind the scenes stuff has been awesome. I think they've done a really, really good job. And I think that that was part of the goal of getting all the teams on LAN, was that when every team is in Vegas, you've got all these orgs doing content, doing interviews, behind the scenes stuff. Obviously can't really happen right now, but there's a void, right? And to a certain extent, this podcast does fill part of that void. Into the Dark by Dark Zero is filling part of that void. Logic Bomb fills some of that void. Yep. So I think it all kind of works together. But like I said, if you look at League, all of the orgs do a great amount of heavy lifting to pump out content so that the casters don't need to. But in Rainbow Six, like we kind of have to, because if the casters aren't doing it, like I used to get knocked for it, but there were times back, like way back when, where like Ubisoft or ESL would like softly announce something, but never officially announce it. And I would tweet about it, and people would, like you in particular, would joke about like some of the tweets I'd make, but like nobody was announcing it. It's like, why have you got a caster being the voice of this announcement to the outside world? It shouldn't be the case. Right. And it was kind of decentralized in the early days, and it's gotten better now.
Yeah.
But it's just, you know, and you look at other established esports scenes, CSGO has been around so long, there's no real appetite for a lot of side content because it's already been talked to death. League, with new content that always comes out, the orgs will do it. The streamers will do it. The players will do it. They don't need the casters to do it. With us, you kind of need casters to do it.
Yeah, I think that makes sense.
Yeah.
But yeah, hopefully that will, I mean, when we can get to LAN, I think hopefully that can improve. I agree though. Like what Dark Zero is doing is great. I actually messaged Jordan about that to tell him, because it's something we need in the scene. EG, when I was on the team, I mean, they were trying to do some of that stuff, but it was inconsistent, and things fell apart, obviously. But EG did a bit of that, and I know G2 does it with their team. But yeah, like that stuff it's a big deal. I think it's important for teams to have that type of content.
Well, there you have it. Michael, any closing thoughts before we barrage you with questions that the audience has asked you?
No.
All right, great. So let's go to the questions for KiX category.
Yes, sir.
Some of these we've already treaded some of this ground. So we'll just pass over some of the ones that have already been asked. First question that is very highly requested by a number of people. I know you talked about it briefly on stream, but for those people that weren't watching it live, what is the progress on community callouts?
So the initial intention behind community callouts was to get a consensus, basically, on what everyone wanted something to be called. And upon reflection, there's no good way to get that out. The one thing I tried to do for a little while was like I was DMing teams on like Twitter and stuff. Hey, could you fill this out? Hey, could you fill this out? Could you fill this out? But that actually proved to be somewhat ineffective, but more importantly, inconsistent. And it didn't really give any meaningful information. Then there's public surveys. Public surveys are also perfectly fine. But in order for those to be effective, you have to narrow the field. You can't just let people choose anything, because then you're looking at 1,000 different calls for the same spot. So I found that was ineffective as well. So the the initial plan kind of fell flat on its face. The getting that consensus in a meaningful way, like actually getting the information from people, really didn't seem to be possible. So the plan has changed since then. The change was to be a little bit more on the not like perfect consensus, not like everyone gets an input, but more of a I'm going to figure out what the best one is for each and every little spot, based on the people who do want to talk about it.
Mhm.
That's how it's adjusted. And it's because of that change. I think it's taking a lot more time than I would have liked, but I had to figure out that the initial plan wasn't going to work. So here we are. Another thing is, I initially wanted to do this as a kind of bit of a group project, but that's not really happening either. So I think most of the stuff I'm kind of just doing by myself in the background, slowly but surely. Like every once in a while, I'll get on and I will edit in Photoshop some images and mess around with this call sheet and that call sheet. Sometimes I'll ask somebody whose opinion I value, what do you think about this call or that, and stuff like that. So I'm kind of working on it. It's taken a lot more time than I would have liked. It's proven to be a bigger project than I thought it would be initially, but I'll get it done. I'm hoping to get it done before the next invitational. But we'll see.
So 2021, February 2021, presumably, assuming that's when it happens.
I hope it's not that late.
Well, if you ever need any help, just ask everybody, because I know there's great demand for it.
Yeah, I'm working on it.
Troy, do you have a question? Your turn.
Yeah, it's kind of for both of you.
Okay.
But so for both of you, has there ever been a match that you wish you had casted? Also, are there any games that you enjoyed casting so much that you wish you could go back and experience it again?
You go first.
No, there's never been one of those. I'll be honest. Most matches, most of the things that happen, like there's always one thing or another that it makes a match good or bad. There's never been one that really stands out as I wish I could cast again. I will say that there's one match that I wish had gone longer, and that was Empire versus G2 in the finals.
Me too.
I know a lot of people were tired. The coastline map went a long time. I was not tired. I was so very focused on that match. I was wide awake. The energy in the gameplay was enthralling and electric. And I just wish that Empire had more gas in the tank. That's it. That's like the only one that I wish had gone differently. But there's and I'm not saying I wish Empire won. I don't give a hoot who wins. What I want is good siege gameplay. I just wish that Empire had more gas in the tank. That's all I wish, because when both of those teams were going toe to toe, when they were both going at their best, that was just peak siege right there. And that's not the only time we've seen peak siege, but it is an example of peak siege.
For me, the answer to is there a match you wish you'd casted? Yeah. I wish I'd casted when Liquid beat Penta at the Atlantic City Finals. Number one, I have never casted Latin America winning anything. I would like to. Obviously, that's going to be more challenging now, given that I don't cast LATAM anymore, and we'll have to do it presumably at a major. But I mean, I didn't cast Liquid winning at OGA Pit. FaZe has never won anything. NiP has never won anything. Liquid won Atlantic City. Milos and Emzo casted that. I feel sorry.
Your dream almost came true. Sorry.
I was cheering for NiP. You know this. Anyway. Sorry. 1 sec.
We talking about the last invitational now?
Yeah. I actually kind of wish that one had gone a little longer too. I mean, like we talked about this, I think, on the last podcast, where it's like or 2 podcasts ago. It's like I get the whole best of 5 up one map, but I would have loved to have seen 5 actual maps between you and Nip. I mean, obviously you didn't, but I would have loved to have seen that regardless. Yeah, I would have liked to have casted Penta versus Liquid. Shitty meta that we were in at the time, but I would have loved to have put my voice to Brazil winning. I really am a huge fan and have a massive soft spot for Brazilian Rainbow Six. And despite the fact that a lot of Liquid fans think that I hate them because of the dust up that Gohan and I got into, I'm very, very eager to be able to cast a LATAM team winning an event. Great region. Liquid at the time was playing some pretty fun Siege, even though, like I said, the meta wasn't the greatest. That was the Ying Lion meta for everybody that's curious. But that's the one. I would have liked to have casted that. If I go back and recast a match, I wish I was a better caster for the 2018 SI finals. That's it. I mean, you've got the greatest match that's ever been played in Rainbow Six Siege, and you've got KiX and I casting it after we've only been casting together for about 2.5 to 3 months at that point, and I'm still brand new to casting. I wish I could cast that match again today, because I think that the casting would be miles better from me. And that's one of my biggest hangups, is that if Siege ends in like a year or 2 or 3 or 4 or something like that, and we never have a match top that, it will always go down in history as it being casted by somebody who is a complete and utter amateur, who, in my opinion, I think I've gotten much better as a caster since then, and I wish that I'd been able to do it proper justice. That's all. So those are my answers.
Okay. I mean, yeah, I wish I was a better player for that match.
Well, I mean, you won it in the end.
Yeah. No, it all turned out well.
Yeah.
Losing is learning. We learned from it.
Failure is the mother to success, as the Chinese say.
You love that line.
I do. It's
You
a good one.
love
it means
that line.
it means
It's a
the
good
same thing. It means the same thing.
Yeah.
All right, let me find one here. Oh, here's a pretty quick one. Which region do you consider the strongest right now?
Which region do I consider the strongest right now?
Yeah.
Impossible to compare. The nature of Siege is far too dynamic. Now I'm not dodging with this. I want to be clear about something. The nature of Siege is far too dynamic. Everything's always changing. For example, Ninjas in Pajamas certainly seemed really strong during their invitational run, right? And that was during a different meta. And it might seem fresh in your memory still right now. Things change rapidly, and I don't know how they're going to compare to other teams. Same thing for SSG. The thing that makes SSG one of the most internationally competitive teams, in my opinion, is their malleability, their ability to adapt. They're always moving to the next thing, or at least that's how it seems from an outside perspective. Troy can correct me if I'm wrong here. So if you ask me who's the best region or what's the best region, there is no real answer. I could say this or that, but I'd be lying or stupid if I were to say this or that. Because the truth is, we haven't had a LAN in a while, a really long while. And all of the information, all of the meaningful information from our last LAN is dried up. So,
Yeah.
You talked about this, Troy. You talked about this a couple podcasts ago.
Yeah, I definitely did. It's just like, I mean, the event's not irrelevant, but like, it's hard to say who the best team is now from like the most recent event is literally played on a completely different meta. Like that was Mute and Mozzie were abused at the time, and now it's Jaeger and Wamai abused, right? It's completely different. So yeah, the game's entirely different, and you don't know, and you can't judge from how a team is doing online in their own region. I think that's something to always take into account is
forgot to mention
teams
that.
will always match up differently, like domestically. I think it's a whole different beast. Like international play is a lot more about adapting, because the thing is you're going to come into that LAN and you're going to play an international team, and you're going to play against something you're uncomfortable against because you've never played against it before. Whereas when you play within your own region, you usually stay pretty comfortable. Obviously, there's sometimes you'll get caught off guard and made uncomfortable, but for the most part, you'll remain pretty comfortable just because you're scrimming against NA teams or domestic teams all the time, and they will have like some of the similar default strategies and just similar playstyle things. So even if you don't scrim exactly against the team you're playing, you're scrimming against something similar all the time, and you'll kind of be used to it a little bit. Yeah. But I mean, if I had to pick, I'd say NA, but I'm biased.
I would say right now, I would say that at the top, NA is the strongest. I think EU second, LATAM third, APAC fourth. But I think after you move off of the top, I think it's still EU. I think it always has been. I think EU's tier 2 scene has always been by far and away the strongest, and I think honestly EU's tier 2 scene could be tier 1 elsewhere.
Agreed.
We have to get the hockey reference in once a podcast. So this is like when people say like Team Canada could field a B team at the Olympics and it would also still be a gold medal team.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's kind of the same with EU. EU has an embarrassment of riches when it comes to their tier 2 scene. And I mean, you've just had to watch most of the national qualifiers the last week or so, and you can see the strength that EU has underneath their tier 1 scene. It's wild. It's absolutely wild. And obviously that's going to continue to push them upwards. I don't know why EU isn't at the top right now. I think EU actually kind of made a couple big roster moves on a couple big teams, and maybe it's working out, maybe it's not. They still have to settle in. Whereas NA haven't really made as many roster moves at the top, and they are really disciplined right now. It's kind of hilarious the way that it's swung from one side to the other.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, that's what I would say. I'd say NA is probably number 1 overall at the moment, but it's so hard to tell without events, as both of you said.
Yeah.
I think the easiest way to grade it is to look at the literal results. Use empirical evidence, be objective instead of just I feel or anecdotal. And that empirical evidence is going to be results from the last LAN event. SSG is the best team in the world right now. There you go. Like that's if that's all you want to know, like if you want to be as objective as possible, then there you go. But it's far more complicated than that, you know. And the layers get really deep, and so saying that is, I think is, it's just short-sighted, or not short-sighted, but shallow.
Agreed.
I think it's good that there's a question, you know, because I think whether Troy is going to agree with me or not here, I think for 3 years the easy answer was EU. From the moment that I started casting Pro Siege in the fall of 2017 till probably the SI this year, the easy answer was Europe. And if you weren't saying EU, you were lying. Like, I think Europe has been by far and away the best region over the last 3 years. I think the tide started to turn sometime at the end of 2019, and you know, I think LATAM's top have caught up, and I think NA's top have really put in extraordinary work. And I think that's good. I think honestly that's really good for the scene. I think it's great that we can look at some teams in LATAM, some teams in NA, and some teams in EU and say, oh, I don't know who's going to win. Probably Space Station at the moment, but it's not like you're going into every match, or it's not like you're going into every single matchup and you're going into every single tournament and you're like, yeah, Penta's going to win. Yeah, G2's going to win. Yeah, Empire's going to win. Like, as that has been the prevailing opinion for, 3 years.
I actually want to add to that, because while you're talking about EU's dominance, thank you, Parker. You're talking about EU's dominance. I firmly believe that, yes, okay, they were the winning team consistently over and over. It was G2, Penta, and all that. Yes, but also at the same time, I can remember so many instances, not necessarily exclusively in the finals, but so many instances where North America came within rounds of bringing it all the way and taking not only the tournament, but that match in particular that would result in them taking the tournament. And of course, Troy knows what I'm talking about on like a personal level here.
Yeah.
But there's other instances outside of those. So they're sprawled all over the history of Siege competition.
It's like one round in particular I'm really thinking of right now.
But I think
on the black stairs.
Different color. No, I'm thinking more White
Brown,
Stairs.
red. Oh,
I think White Stairs.
that
Yeah, I
one.
think it was. Yeah.
Almost
But
forgot about that one.
I'm actually
Yeah.
not trying to focus on that one here. I'm trying to more like look at it in a broad scale here. North America has, I think, always been one step away. And if we're making the argument now that it's North America they're in the seat, they're in the driver's seat, they've got it. Then yeah, okay, they did it. They took that extra step. They went that extra little bit, and good for them. Good for Troy. Good for NA as a whole. But I think that EU, if behind, if we're gonna say that, then they are but one step away. So there's, and I don't think it's even mutually exclusive to EU. Look at LATAM. Remember NIP's run? Forget about it. I mean, that was ridiculous. They were doing so much more than I think anyone expected of them. And you could even say the same thing about APAC. Oftentimes they will have miracle runs where they could go the full distance and take tournaments. In theory, they don't, but you see the potential when you watch them play. And yeah, they lose, but you see it. And I think that's really tangible. I think that there's always going to be an opportunity for all of these regions to take control. I don't think that any one region is so far ahead of everyone else, or ever has been, regardless of the streak that G2 put up. I don't think anyone's so far ahead of anyone else that there's not going to always be interesting siege competition. I don't know.
I agree. I mean, I think we were when we were making those second place runs with EG. Like, I mean, we were very close. I think the problem was like the piece that we were missing or whatever was we struggled to find our consistency and like discipline to close out rounds. And I think when I joined SSG, we kind of found that, and I think I think it's a similar thing with teams in other regions, is that they're very close to finding that, and they're just missing that piece, and that piece might not necessarily be a player, but like for me on EG, it wasn't even necessarily a piece, but also like SSG was like missing a piece, and I think that was me bringing like the IGLing and adaptability, and I think me joining a disciplined team like that helped it, and helped me kind of flourish more, and I helped them flourish more. And I think that the same can be said for a lot of other teams. There's top teams in like every region that I can notice like a weakness, I think, and I think if they solve that weakness, it could be very scary. Some have like what appear to be easier solutions than others, I think, but like you don't really know unless you're on the team. But yeah, I think they're all very close, and I don't think it's really a region thing. I think in the case of like APAC, obviously, I think they have they have an inherent disadvantage just because of like the practice partners and stuff like that.
Geography.
But as far as like Latin America, NA, and EU, I think they have the ability, like in the right teams. Latin America, you can maybe make the argument, but I think there's enough teams at the top to where they can learn from each other and learn from watching other regions and stuff like that to where they can make it. It's just, a matter of figuring out what you need, getting the right pieces working together, all that.
Yeah. Did you guys talk about the last question that was just posted? Have you guys talked about that yet on one of your podcasts?
The best of 3 versus best of 1?
Yeah.
Oh, no, we have not. Or wait, no, did we mention it? We mentioned a bit with Doki, didn't we?
I don't want to hit a tried and boring topic.
I mean, I am curious your thoughts on it, because I think as a caster, we can talk about best of 1s and best of 3s.
Yeah.
So yeah, give us your thoughts then.
Okay.
It's come up a number of times. It's a very popular question.
So to put it bluntly, as a caster, I feel there's more conclusion when it comes to best of 3. I think best of 3s are more conclusive in the results that they give us. I often am left wanting with best of 1s. When I cast a best of 1 and the result is a draw or even a win, it doesn't even matter. It doesn't need to be a draw. Even if it's a win, let's say it's a 7-5, or that's it. It's a 7-5. Even then, I still am looking at that match, and you know what I'm thinking? I'm thinking, damn, they came real close. These teams match up well against each other. I really heckin' wish I could see them play some more. That's what's going through my head when I see two teams match up well with each other. And then when it's a draw, I'm just like, well, okay, there's no conclusion. So for me, I think best of 3 is the right amount. The one thing I will say is I know, because I've seen a lot of people who are responsible for league decisions talk about on Twitter for Rainbow Six how, for example, saying that best of 3s require a lot of sacrifices, and this is one of the guys who's involved in the North American NCSA management. So he's the one who's facilitating best of 3s. It takes a lot of sacrifices. I agree. It's best of 3s are not an easy thing to get out there, and they also will change up scheduling. I mean, look at what happened. I don't know if Seth's still here, but he'll still feel I'm sure feel strongly about this. Look at what happened with the scheduling, the qualifier. So
Yeah.
it's not a perfect formula, and it needs to be refined. But I still think it's worth it for the conclusiveness and the entertainment value of a best of 3. That's just my opinion.
I don't think you're going to get any disagreement from us out of that. This echoes a lot of what I think most people would say. I think that there are sacrifices, right? And a best of 1 allows more teams to play on the same day. You're a fan of G2, congratulations, they're playing every day. Yeah, and that was part of the allure. Actually, I remember very specifically this being talked about. I don't think this is under NDA. I don't know, but anyway, I remember when ESL was telling us that they were switching to best of 1s. And we were in that meeting, and it came up being like, every team now gets to be watched every play day. That's part of like why. That's part of one of the benefits of a best of 1 series. And it's true. I mean, if you're a fan of TSM, how many times, Michael, and this will tie into what I'm saying as I collect my thoughts, how many times would you be streaming and somebody would come in and be like, who's playing tonight?
Right.
Because only half the teams would be, right? And we have that right now in the US division. Like, oh, there are some nights where it'll be like E United versus Tempo Storm, and then it's like DZ versus, SSG. And people come in and be like, when does Bolo play? Or they'd come in and they'd say, when does whatever team play? And, it could end up being that they play Monday and then they don't play again until next Wednesday. You don't know. It's a lot easier now. Oh, you tune in, Rogue is playing every day. Oh, you tune in, Vitality's playing every day. It is much easier from a casual viewer perspective, especially fans of that team. If you're a fan of Vitality, you might tune in a little bit early or a little bit late and maybe watch another team, but you're still tuning into that broadcast every single day. If you're a fan of TSM, you're not showing up on the days that TSM isn't playing. And more importantly, you're not sticking around after the best of 3 because there's the downtime and you watch the match, then you leave.
Mm-hmm. I also think, though, that is a benefit in many cases because, teams have fans. Like, I'm a TSM fan, or I am an SSG fan, or I am a G2, and you're just that fan? Yes. But also, if you see your team play every single day, sometimes it gets tiring. I mean, tuning into an SSG versus DZ match, if it's best of 1, let's say it's round best of 1 just like Europe right now. In SSG versus DZ, oh boy. And it's like, well, this is the second time they played each other this season because, we're on the second half of and, they played it. And then it's just not as exciting. It's not as exciting. When you get the storylines, we managed to draw for the rematches. We had several rematches in this first stage. And the storylines we got from those rematches were super captivating and really fun. And they often ended up being upsets or going the deviant from the initial match. So, and I think that's exciting. It's fun. It's a storyline that can be created. A best of 1, when you have that format, it just feels like, this is their turn to play this team. Now it's their turn to play this other team. So X plays Y, X plays Z, X plays, so on. And it just feels almost clinical. And there's a little bit less of a natural flow, if that makes sense, from an organization perspective. And I think that detracts from the viewership experience.
Bartosz just said that, I mean, he was doing social media, so he would know this. He said best of ones, as much as he hates to say it, mathematically, are make for better viewership.
It makes sense.
I mean, that's one of the criticisms that we've made, or at least I've made a number of times, is that there's too much Siege to watch right now. I can't keep up to date with everything. I have to go on, and it's like I have to just read things, and if there's any pertinent matches, I'll go back and rewatch them. But it's just like I'd be spending every day off that I have off just consuming Siege videos. You know, like there's almost too much Rainbow Six right now. And then the problem is that it's all on the main channel. I mean, honestly, I think that the better thing to do is to have each of their own respective channels, but I know that that would hurt viewership and growth. But best of ones, honestly, as much as they're not exciting, best of ones are a lot easier for me to watch. I can tune in and watch like a match or two for EU and it's fine. But watching like a gritty best of 3 for US division is a much larger time sink. So it's like I can kind of get it to a certain extent. Especially if you just want to pick and choose. There are days where it's like you're just not going to watch NA because you don't give a shit about any of the teams that are playing.
There is one thing to consider here. NA has always had the worst time slot in regards to, like, if we're talking about viewership, EU can watch EU and NA can watch EU, and that's fine if you wake up early. But NA is in the AMs for EU. So if you've got a life or a job and you're living in Europe and you just can't dedicate yourself to watching Siege esports, you aren't. And those are two of the largest viewerships in English for Rainbow Six. So, you know, when you exclude Europe from the North American viewership, I'd say NA is doing very well. And even if you throw that back, it's the same story. I think, and this is another point, best of ones become fatiguing. And I know that it's a larger time sink for a best of 3, but a best of 3 is an occasion. It's like a movie, right? It's an event. You know that this team is playing this team and you're very excited because, oh, this is the storyline involved. And again, selling that storyline is much easier. When it comes to best of ones, again, it's clinical. There's not much of a storyline. It's just their turn to play each other. And yes, it's less of a team speak. So for the time sink. So for the casual viewer, it's a lot easier to get invested. But at the same time, there's just, I don't know. I don't think it's as compelling. And I think that long term, you're just going to be like, oh, they're playing each other again. You know, you do a few seasons of that back to back, and it's just okay. Big whoop. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah. How are you on time, by the way, Troy?
I'm all right. My scrim's in an hour and 20. It's for my 7-year time. Okay. So
we're just curious. What were you gonna say, Troy? Sorry.
I mean, basically, I feel like best of ones, like KiX is saying, I feel like it over time, it'll get repetitive. It gets the vibe for me like regular season hockey versus like playoff hockey, right?
Yeah.
Just like when there's so many games, like they feel meaningless, you know what I mean? Obviously, that's not the case. Like they are meaningful games, and that'll still be the case with like EU and whatnot, even if they're best of one, because it's still not an absurd amount of matches. But yeah, a best of 3, it just feels like an event, like KiX is saying. Like there's a lot more into it, like a lot more prep for it, I feel like. Because you're only playing one match a week, you're prepping more for like you're prepping your whole week for that. Whereas in EU, right, they're playing 2 best of ones a week. So, and then like one of the best of ones is like half-assed prep because they didn't have as much time to prep for it, or they've half-assed their first game's prep because they had to prep for the second game because it was more important. Like, the quality of the games is lower in that sense. And I mean, I don't think anyone is arguing that. But I do see the concern for oversaturation, like you're saying, Parker. I do think that can become a problem. I don't necessarily know the solution. I feel like, I guess part of the problem with it is just that we have so many regions. I guess it makes sense, like you're saying, to have separate channels for it, maybe. But
I think so, because then, like, My thing is if you see that the Rainbow Six channel is just always on, you're less likely to watch it. Like that. Honestly, like I found that with CS:GO, I had to unfollow the ESL CS:GO Twitch account because literally every single time I logged into Twitch, it's on, and it's mostly just reruns. And it's like, it's just taking up a space from me seeing other channels. It's like, I don't want to see it. I'm not going to watch it. I'm like, this channel should only be live when it's something I care about. And I hate to say it, but a lot of people aren't necessarily Rainbow Six esports fans. They're fans of regions, or they're fans of teams.
Or players.
So it's like, they're going to check and they're going to see, oh, twitch.tv/Rainbow Six is live. Cool. Oh, it's W7 versus Fury. I don't know who they are. I'm not watching it.
Yeah.
And it's just, there's too much noise. And it's like, but if I'm an LCS fan and I see that LCS is on, I'm going to watch that. I'm going to tune in. I know it's something I care about.
Yeah. That makes sense.
A big part of that issue is the difference in the formatting. Obviously, this is one of the things that has been talked about ad nauseum, I think, since it was announced. Actually, the fact that we have different formats for each region, it's all new, it's all unique for everyone, really does detach them from each other. And there's a lot of practical advantages to one or another, and we've talked about those. But I really like, for example, like NA, they're practicing best of threes constantly. What do you play when you go to a LAN? You play best of threes. I mean, that's
foosball and ping pong.
Yeah, everybody plays foosball, and that's how we decide the world champions. So the point I'm trying to
Troy's
get to here,
got a mean flick.
He does, yeah, and then a really great backhand as well.
I'm actually awful at foosball.
So am I. Oh, I'm terrible.
Awful.
Did you play when we were at that kegger?
I don't even know what foosball is. I'm not gonna lie.
Where?
When we went to that kegger with the toucan shirts? You didn't play?
No, I didn't play.
What is foosball? Is that the one with the...
It's like table soccer with the little men on the...
Got it.
Yeah.
I think that the difference in the format is the problem, because you're going to have matches that you won't care about, but as long as the format remains uniform, and unlike if we have it on the main Rainbow Six channel, for example, then you're going to know what you're getting yourself into. It'll say the only one defining name. Like that's key. You can only have one defining name. It's either a league or it's a LAN or something, a major, but it can only be one thing. And then you make that definition uniform throughout. And then whenever that name is in front of the Rainbow Six stream, you see that on the title, you're like, oh, I know what I'm getting myself into. But you see EUL and you see NAL, and these are very different things. And for a viewer that has a particular taste, whether they like best of ones or best of threes or a particular team or player, what have you, they're going to get confused. They're going to tune in. They're going to be like, okay, hang on, what is this again? And that will deter them from trying again. They'll associate their distaste with whatever is not uniform, whatever is not what they like, and with that particular name, whether it's the major or NALEU, whatever, and then they just won't try that thing again. And I'm worried about that in the long term. I think that, there's going to be identity crises with CG Sports in the short term. And I think that's something that needs to be refined and needs to be ironed out. That's just my opinion, though.
I think that it's okay to have separate brands, though. I'm actually the other way, where I think they should lean into it. That's
the brands are fine.
Yeah, but I mean, I think it's okay with LATAM being best of twos, APAC with their funky structure in APAC, having best of ones in EU. I think it's okay to actually have all of that. I think obviously, in my opinion, the best setting is the one that we have in North America. I'm very happy that we're doing best of threes. And honestly, it's so a lot of people have been commending our casting so far this season, saying that we have more energy. Well, no duh, we have more energy. We cast one best of three a day, and we're working on normal human hours, and we're working at the same time every day. Imagine that. Imagine that KiX and I now are able to show more enthusiasm because we're not worried about working on 2 to 3 different time zones, of which is alien from the time zone that you want to live on in the location you're in. while having to do 4 best of ones while also doing hosting and interviewing, like, of course we're going to have more energy. Of course we're going to be more rejuvenated and energized. Like, it makes the most sense, right? And I've been having a blast. And this is some of them, even though it's online, and I don't like casting online at all. I don't think any caster is going to tell you they do. Even though it's online, this is some of the most fun I've ever had in Rainbow Six, period. And I can only imagine how much better it'll be when I'm in Vegas, casting out of a studio, on land, people are there, maybe an audience, we don't know, like, who knows what's going on. Like, it's going to be incredible, and I'm so pumped for that. But at the same time, I think what Rainbow Six really, what I would really like to see is I'd like to see them lean very heavily into the different identities. I'd like to see them lean into the different regions, and I would like to see them split up the channel. Keep Rainbow Six for the big events, have every single region have its own Twitch channel. And I honestly, like, yeah, will it probably hurt viewership? Probably at the start, yeah, because you don't have over 1 million people following those channels. But I think for the long-term growth of the game, I think it's good. And I mean, they'll probably never do it, but I would like it if they did. I
agree. I think that would effectively fix the problem that I was presenting, which is, again, it's the worrying about the what you're looking at when you just see you see Rainbow Six's live, you look at the title, and then you see, okay, EUL, well, I don't like best of ones. NAL, well, I don't like best of threes. If you divvy them up, if you give them their own channels, and then keep, because that was my thought. My first problem was who do we give Rainbow Six to? If you don't give it to anyone, and you, again, as Parker mentioned, you keep it for LANs. You keep it for the international
LANs.
I'll take the channel. Or you keep it for even just the mini majors or local LANs, because they're usually not coinciding with each other. You keep it for LAN, and then you just NAEU for each region. I like that idea. I like that a lot. They'll never do it, but I like it a lot.
I don't think they'll ever do it. I would be surprised, but I mean, it works for League.
Yep.
And I mean, it kind of works to a certain extent in CSGO, because in CSGO, there's not one TO running it. You know, you've got StarLadder, you've got DreamHack, you've got ESL, you've got Faceit, you know, you've got E-League when they did theirs, and they're all pumping out content for CSGO. You know, they've all got their respective channels. They've all got their own way of doing it. They've got maybe different styles of the way that they conduct the tournaments. Blast, for example, versus the way that ESL does it. So, like, I think that would probably be ideal, but numbers ultimately are the bottom line, and I think it would hurt viewership to do that, because it would definitely be a fresh start. But I think if there's a time to do it, it would have been a couple months ago. But that's what I think. I have a question, by the way, from my mother, who says, how much time do you spend reviewing your notes on various teams before casting their matches, and what kind of stats do you keep on them?
Is it for me?
Yes.
Okay.
No, it's for Panky.
So why? I don't know if if you wanted to jump into it.
I'll answer after. Sure, why not? But it's for you. You're the star.
So basically, when it comes to stats, I use siege.gg. They thankfully provide stats on pretty much all major anything. There's always fun little tidbits they'll give you too. If you're working with Spencer on a LAN, or Spleck, as most people know him, he's almost always at the LAN, and he will almost always give you like, oh, this is the first time that they've done this, or these teams have never played each other, or it's been 2 years since this happened. Like, he gives you a lot of those little tidbits. If we're talking about like prep, in terms of stats, again, that's all CGG. They keep track of all that stuff. There was a period of time where stat collection was actually done by the casters, and we tried to do some. Then there was a period of time where ESL was doing some of the stat collection. When it was the casters, it was pretty bad. When it was ESL, it got better. And I think it's being perfected right now by CGG. Like, keeping in mind, they do it all outside of API. This is all manual work that these guys are doing. When it comes to how much time I spend prepping for a match, I don't really know that I measure it. I don't keep track of it, to be honest with you. It's just like, you do research on the teams. Okay, what have they been doing recently? One thing that's interesting, I will say, if you're prepping for a match in Siege versus prepping in a match for a different game, a different esport, is that because most of our stuff becomes outdated in like 2 to 3 months at most, you're really, a lot of your prep is in like immediate. What did they just do? What were they doing a few weeks ago? What were they doing at most like 2 months ago? And then maybe on top of that, tag on their last LAN results if it's really far back. Those are the things you keep in like your mind when you're casting teams and you're matching them up against each other. You can look really far back, and like sometimes we did have periods where we did do that with like G2, for example, because we're talking about the lineage, the dynasty, the history. Lineage is not the right word, but you know what I mean. It's the long term for them, but we don't really have that anymore for the most part, I'd say. And we do talk about it with some teams occasionally. It really just depends on the caliber of the match. And like if we're doing the invitational final, we're going into every little nook and cranny we can find about our teams. If we're doing a regular NAL broadcast for each of the teams, I think it's like it's just all we pretty much spend like most of the day prepping. And then the day before, usually we'll start getting a kind of a map for what we're going to try and sell as a storyline. But yeah, that's where I was talking about that with. Oh, sorry, I hit my mic. I was talking about when we were discussing Bloodbath earlier. That's where a lot of casting work gets done.
Yeah. Same for me. It depends on the team. If it's two teams I know fairly well and it's just like another play day online, maybe like pull their map stats, player stats.
Yeah.
Previous matchups. Like that's it. Because you don't really need, and especially for us now as casters, a lot of that work is now done by the analyst desk and not by us anymore. Not that we don't need to be prepared for it and to talk about it in the match, because I think it's good if we need to fill. I think it's nice to have those little flourishes when, you can talk about, oh, such and such player got their 50th kill of the season. Oh, so and so's like the highest rated player. Oh, this is the they haven't been bad on this map and now they are currently bad on this map. So, but it depends on the teams. There are definitely teams that I know better. LATAM, for example, the bottom 4 LATAM teams usually required a lot more work for me than if I'm going into cast FaZe versus Liquid. I don't need to do a ton of prep work on that. I feel like I'm pretty comfortable with their stats and all that jazz. And then there are times where it's just like some of the things you want to know, you can't like research, like how much a certain team has like trailed in the season. Like, oh, so-and-so loses the first 2 to 3 rounds of every game and then they storm back. Like that's a harder stat to have at your fingertips. And there are times where I think we both messaged Spleck throughout the course of a broadcast or somebody at CGG and been like, hey, can you pull stats for this? Because I want to talk about it and I just want to make sure that I'm right. At a LAN event, and typically I'll spend about an hour before I go to bed going over the match that I do first the next day. This will usually involve pulling all of their stats for the event, compiling them, if they've matched up ever before, key players to watch, successes on attack versus defense, how proficient they are at getting the diffuser down versus, how good are they at getting opening picks, what operators they usually ban, what maps they usually ban, etc. And then having all of that available. But you tend to provide a lot more comprehensive stats for LAN events. Online, I mean, is smaller. It still matters, but obviously it's smaller potatoes. So you want to have your basics down. You don't want to be going in being like talking up. And I've done this before. I definitely have. There have been times where it's like I haven't done as much prep as I need to, and I'll be like, I feel like this team's really good on Oregon, and then their record on Oregon is like 3-18 over the last year. It definitely happens. But for me, it's usually about online. We usually do stats and we usually do some chatting with the analysts in rehearsals, just a couple hours before the show. And then, I'll take stats down while we're doing usually the screen will be up waiting to go in. At live events, it's usually a couple hours, I would say, each day. So.
Yeah. That sounds about right.
Troy, do you have a question, by the way?
No. Oh. Well, another one from the list.
Yeah, sorry. What were you going to say, Michael? I didn't mean to cut you off. No.
It wasn't anything important. I was just going to affirm what you said. The hour assessment sounds about right.
Got it.
It's kind of in and out. That's I think the biggest thing with the prep. It's in and out. You're doing it right now, and then you wait a second, and then you're doing it again.
Yeah. I think that's very true. And like I said, it also depends. Like for live events, I think we casted NIP I think we casted every single NIP game at the Paris Major, and I think we did the same. I think we casted every NIP game at SI 2020.
It's a conspiracy.
And it's just like, you don't really need to prep if you like. I mean, there are certain things you need to prep, but for the most part, if you have a good enough memory and you're actually paying attention during the matches, you don't need to do that much work after.
I think for any of the teams that are if we're talking about a LAN event, for any of the teams that are expected to win the LAN event, the majority of the prep work is already done just by following them. You know, you're watching all their matches. You're trying to get things, even in the matches you're not casting. You're trying to understand what they're doing so that you can then apply it to your cast later when you know you're going to cast them. The upset teams, as Parker mentioned, or like the lower 4 teams in LATAM, that requires a lot more actual research. We're talking about, you know, going out of our way to talk to to coaches who, you know, in LATAM specifically, you have to talk to the coaches because most of them will speak English. Mm-hmm. And then you try to get as much information out of them. You know, what are the roles of these players and such and such and such. But yeah, anyway, we've been on this topic for a while. It's a complicated one, but it's one that it does get a lot of work put into.
Yeah, sorry about that, Troy. Question.
You're good. I was gonna ask. Just KiX mentioned it earlier. I guess it applies to both of you, but you mentioned like you have to take care of your throat and your voice, and I'm kind of curious about this. How do you guys take care of that?
I don't.
For me,
you don't?
For me, I've been trying to cut out as much as I can things that are like liquids that are gonna like potentially could cause damage, or like even are just unhealthy things like soda, for example. Try not to drink soda. The other thing that I do is lots of warm liquids. I drink a ton of warm. If you're doing a cast, hot water. It doesn't matter. Get something hot down your throat. You know, like if it could be tea, cool, great, good for you. But mostly it's just like, yeah, keep yourself hydrated, tons of water, you know, and keep your throat warm. And yeah, if you start casting, the ups and the downs, it's like working out. You don't want to just go and then stop and then wait and then go again. Like you want to keep it as like structured as possible. If you're using your voice, use your voice, pace yourself, and then try to just like curve it down. Don't like fall off a cliff. And then it's also about moderation. If you're doing a best of 5, for example, don't go crazy all the time.
Yeah.
Unless it really merits it. Like unless there's a clutch that's a 1v5 and he's going and saying blah blah blah, you know, then just maybe tone it down a little bit for a best of 5. Or if you have a really long day ahead of you, tone it down a little bit. It tends to be at LAN events when we're asked to do more and the matches are way more exciting. Those kinds at LAN events, we usually blow out our throats. We at the end of a LAN event, I tend not to talk very much because my voice is normally gone. Because you don't get either very long and understandably, you know, we can tone it down. You can't tone down at a LAN. And so it's, yeah, I don't know. It depends on the scenario. You just got to gauge it for yourself and you figure it out as you go.
Okay.
Hot showers work really well in the morning. The worst is Montreal because it's really dry. I've been reading a lot of casters saying that they travel with portable humidifiers and they put it next to their bed. And they say that it makes a world of difference. No idea if that's true. I'm gonna have to try it.
But try it here. It's dry as hell here.
Oh, joy.
Oh yeah, looking forward to that.
I mean, there's a couple things to avoid. Any form of caffeine can dehydrate your throat. Alcohol dehydrates your throat. Repeated strain. The other thing that a lot of people need to keep in mind is that it's not necessarily the events that are killing your throat. How many people that are watching now have gone to a noisy bar, even for like 2 or 3 hours, had a couple drinks? You're talking like this because you can't hear over the music. And then the next morning you wake up and your throat hurts. Right? And now imagine that all of that is happening in like a relatively drier environment, and you also have to work where you're shouting. The other thing too that a lot of casters don't think about is dialing in the volume on your headset. Headsets provide feedback so you can hear yourself. If you don't have that set properly, you might be shouting and you won't even know. So it's like making sure that you I like to crank the volumes down really, really low so that so KiX will be quiet in my headset and so will the game sounds, but I can hear my own volume really, really well. Because if your volume in your headset's really, really loud, it only stands to reason that you're going to be talking loud to try and match that, and you might be blowing out your throat and your vocal cords and not even knowing about it. But all those things kind of go together. Drink lots of tea. For me, I used to consume a lot of honey. Can't really do that anymore. So for me, it's just like lots of hot water. Only problem with lots of hot water is that eventually you'll reach a breaking point where you're drinking so much hot water, you have to pee every 20 minutes. And when matches are usually like 45 to 50 minutes plus, especially on LAN, if there's unlimited OT, have fun. There have been times where it's like literally I'll finish up a cast and I'll throw the headset down as they go to the analyst desk and I'll have to sprint to the bathroom. Because it's just like you've got 6 cups of hot water running through you and you gotta pee and you gotta.
I've had to do that before after a match.
Yeah.
Just full sprint to the bathroom. Yeah.
Yeah. I've had on the other side, there's sometimes you'll finish a match and you'll go straight to the one dark corner at the LAN event that you know of. And you're like, I could nap on that table.
Oh, I thought you were gonna say you're gonna pee in the corner, and I'm like, what the?
No.
You go to the dark corner and you just pee.
Remember the Rio finals or major or whatever that was? The one in Rio, right? Where we were casting in like in the corner. Remember that, Parker?
Yeah, we were casting in like the bunker underneath.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're sleeping in it. You're sleeping on the desk.
I was sleeping on a desk. Yeah, that was when I learned to nap because before then I wasn't very good at it. But that LAN event, I really had to learn. That was a particularly go LAN event. It's such a blur in my head. I barely remember it, to be honest. It was so high octane.
Troy remembers that event.
What happened at that event? Who won? What was it?
G2 won. EG may have lost to Fnatic.
Oh, that one. Yeah, with the coach. Yeah, Dizzle.
Yeah.
Right. I remember. Nah, it happens. It happens.
I mean, does it happen?
It did happen.
It's not supposed to happen.
I mean, we got Brazilian steakhouse. We went to Fogo de Chao in Rio. I feel like that's a bucket list item, and it was delicious.
Is that the thing where they like let you do certain cuts of meat and stuff?
Yeah, they just bring a skewer of animal, and then
it was really fun. Yeah,
so good.
I did it with Marcella. It was a great time.
So good.
Brazil's fun for a lot of things, man.
I like Brazil.
I want to go back sometime.
Troy, do you have? Oh, you just asked that question, so I guess it's my turn. Let's do like 1 or 2 more questions, and we'll wrap up.
All right.
A lot of these questions that were asked have already been touched upon. A lot of things like why INTERRO, that's already been answered. A couple of them about Bloodbath. Obviously, people want to know about that. I feel like with the Bloodbath thing that a lot of people thought that there was like a bunch more insidious nonsense that went down, when in all reality it was like not at all. Pretty
mundane,
it was just kind of like you didn't like working with him. Not many people did. He found himself on the outs because he didn't have a duo, and that was that. Kay got a couple questions, and I wanted to hit on one of them. Since INTERRO came onto the scene, there have been very little instances of either of you casting without one another. Do you wish on a personal or professional level that you could try casting with another caster in the scene? If so, who and why?
Well, I like casting with Parker. Parker is my duo, and I want to keep casting with Parker. Like, to be honest with you, I want to perfect that. I feel like we haven't yet. We're always going to keep improving one little step at a time. I want to keep working on that. But is there anyone in particular in the scene that I want to cast with? I don't mind casting with any of them. I like casting with most of them, and I don't know if there's anyone that I want to cast. I like to cast with the new ones, with the ones that I haven't casted with yet. You know, like I always like to, because you kind of, it's the same thing as when you're a player. When you're a player and you hear about other players, and you see other players perform, and you can see their stats and stuff. there's sort of like a sense of, oh, that player is really good, or you've played against that player and he beat you in a fight or something, and you're like, oh, that player's really good. But until you've actually played on a team with that player, you don't know how they are as a teammate. You don't know what it's like to play on a squad with them. You don't know how you're going to feel about that. So it's kind of the same for casting. I'd like to, like, obviously, get to know all the other casters a little bit better, because I one thing that maybe isn't talked about at length is that the casting scene in Rainbow Six is like, we're all friends. Like, everybody's really chill with each other. We were talking about how it's a competitive thing earlier in the podcast, but certainly I think within Siege, it's a competitive thing with enough of a gate that everyone involved is pretty comfortable, and at the same time more than happy to work with each other, and there's a lot of support from each other to other casters. I don't know. I like to cast with the other guys, with the people that I haven't casted with, guys and gals, with the people I haven't casted with yet. That's it.
I like to cast with Ace. There's my answer.
Okay.
I don't want to cast.
There's his answer.
There's Troy's
I
answer.
want to
Yeah.
keep playing.
He's gonna keep playing. Look at that.
No, I want to do. Actually, I want to do one of those. I don't know. I don't even know what to call them.
The qualifier cast that we did.
Yeah, one of the qualifier casts again.
I mean, the problem is that we only have one option to do those now, which is the SI. But I mean, are we going to be casting them? That's the real question.
I know. That's what I want to do again, though. Those are fun.
We used to have 2 chances a year, and now I think we're just going to have one for SI for the 4 teams that play in through qualifiers. But I mean, I might be casting it with KiX. I don't know.
What are we doing?
Those, like, events like that for fun, like the Beyond the Summit events. We need one of those.
I want to do Beyond the Summit. Beyond the Summit, if you're listening, please.
Yes, please.
Please.
I will cast and play.
What are we talking about?
Like events with just like a more casual, laid back cast with just like pro players involved with it and stuff.
Yeah, we could do that. I think with the Siege needs more of that. There's in the early stages there was a really big push for professionalism, because
as there should have been.
As there should have been, because the scene wanted to be taken seriously, and obviously still there's work to be done there. Give it time, but there I think for the diehards and for the people who have been immersed in the scene for a long time, they could do with some brevity, some jovial casting.
I agree with that. I mean, there's a reason why. So there's an astonishing number of people that they wait for qualifier season for us to do those dumbass casts where it's just we crack jokes and just watch teams play, and some teams don't play well. And it's always a good time, and they were some of my favorite parts of the season.
Yes.
Hands down, some of my favorite parts of the season.
A lot of fun.
Yeah. 100 apes.
I'd love to do them next time you guys do.
You did the one that one time with Lonnie Lightning, which still remains one of the most...
Yeah, it was fun, yeah.
Outstanding.
I know I'm really dry. Like, my humor is super dry. And I often am called humorless, but I think that sometimes when you contrast that with hilarious people, it actually can be good.
Yes.
And yeah. I am plenty happy to be that guy that people, not necessarily make jokes about, but like throw the jokes off of,
You play the straight man. You play the guy who doesn't give a reaction, and that's like the humor in it. And people don't get that. And people are like, KiX is so annoyed. KiX is so angry. KiX doesn't get humor. And it's like, you don't get humor because he's playing a part. Like, people don't fucking get it, dude.
That's, and yeah, I'm happy to be that guy. I just, I think it can add to the situation, but it requires other people like Parker, or all the players who, to be actually funny, and to fill that role. And I think that you guys do really good at that.
It requires people to bounce off that style of humor. That's all. Because if you just go into it like normal and, you try to mix certain humor, it's like oil and water. It just doesn't work. You have to be corny to get the most out of your humor. And that's why it always like hurts my heart when I go back and I'll rewatch like certain VODs or stuff like that. And people be like, KiX is so annoyed. Like, INTERRO says something dumb and just like, KiX is so angry. And it's like, do people not interact with other humans?
I have only been angry at Parker when it comes to casting, like, I want to say once. And I don't even remember what it was.
I don't remember it either.
I'm saying once to be conservative. To like, I'm sure there was an instance.
Yeah.
I remember when I was angry at Parker's casting.
Oh no!
He called lobby an unconventional site on console.
Oh, fucking this again. It was the least played site on the map. Okay.
Oh, how the turntables. It's now one of the most.
He was streaming and he's like, I got beef with you. And I was in his stream and he's like, you keep saying that lobby's an unconventional bomb site for consulate. And I'm like, yeah, because it's a 2-site rotation at this point. Teams are spamming upstairs and garage over and over and over again. If you see lobby, it's kind of weird. And you're like, well, it's not kind of weird. Actually, teams need to be prepared for every site and it's good to throw a curveball. And I was just like, oh my God, man.
Yeah, I don't think I've actually ever been angry at Parker, but I don't know. It's hard to remember all of it. We've been casting together for a long time now.
I'm sure there's been times where we've had like hiccups or like we've talked about feedback after casts, and I'm sure both of us haven't been super receptive of it. And I mean, it happens. But at the end of the day, like that's going to happen everywhere. I would be more surprised if after 3 years we had never had a run-in. Like that would be more surprising. So
there's been, I think there's been instances where we're on the note of feedback, because we always try to give each other feedback, where like sometimes he'll give feedback and I won't be receptive, or I'll give feedback and he won't be receptive. But I think once for both of us, as if it's ever, and this is generally always corrected in the long term, but for both of us, whenever that feedback, when it still is necessary, when it gets elevated from just like the, oh, hey, we shouldn't do this, or hey, maybe that, and when it gets elevated from that to that, dude, this is kind of like a big deal. It always gets like ironed out. And there's, you're gonna have those, I think, when you're working together for a really long time.
Yep.
But it's like we've never had any kind of insurmountable issue.
I would rather us address it as it comes up than just eventually wear at each other until the point where we just can't cast anymore because there's too much unspoken resentment.
Yeah.
Right? And that does happen. That does happen.
I mean, that's the case with any sort of relationship in pleasant teams.
Yeah.
I mean, all the time. And that's usually when teams make roster changes, is that there is that unspoken resentment, and it just happens and it never even got brought up and fixed. And that's why I acknowledge it, and like when teams like get past the like 3-month period or something, like it's like 3 or 6 months, I'd say. If they keep the roster for that long, like they're like an actual team. I feel like before then they're just trying to figure it out.
Yeah. There's never going to be a scenario where you perfectly align. I don't believe it exists. Strife and conflict, no matter how small, will always be there, and it will get small things will become much bigger deals, when you just get comfortable with somebody. It's going to happen. I remember KiX and I got into a fight over in Brazil when he used the word circumventilate. And I was like, that's not a word. And he was like, yeah. And then there was one time where I used a word one way and KiX was like, that's not how you use it. And we got into like a long drawn out fight where we're both like frantically Googling on our phones to like try and justify our positions.
I don't remember what the word was.
Now, I can't remember it either.
You remember my word, but I didn't remember your word.
Well, just because I remember circumventilate, because I remember Milos used it to make fun of you and you didn't get that he was using it wrong. And you're like, you just kind of looked at him and Milos was like, it's not a real word.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I remember that. You learn sometimes.
And then I used a word once, and then you I remember came at me for it, and you're like, it's just like when I use circumventilate, it's not real. And I was like, it is a real word. I can't remember what word it was. Anyway, I don't use it anymore, obviously. So
it was some non word.
Yeah, that, you said that I had used it wrong.
Sometimes this is actually a fun thing though. Sometimes you have to be. I'm trying to remember what the contrast to pragmatic is. I think it's like enigmatic or something. But sometimes you need to be pragmatic with the intention of the word. Now, obviously, our job is to be as accurate as possible and to be to have a vocabulary that's polished to, a fine point. And we're all going to make mistakes though. And again, the pragmatic nature of casting or even listening or just this whole thing, it's just like listen for the intent behind the word. Listen for the like, what are they trying to say? I think
Yeah.
that's most important. And people who are always looking at the literal meaning of the word and they're not like actually trying to, okay, well, he means this, but he's saying that. I mean, I do that. I do that all the time. But you know, it is going to hamper the enjoyment. So if you're trying to have fun, if you're trying to like enjoy a product, sometimes just be pragmatic about it. But yes, no, it's something that we're always trying to improve upon. There's, you know, we've all made mistakes with our words before.
All right, Troy, was that, I think that was my question that I asked about who'd you like to cast with. So you get, take the final question. Final one.
All right. So it's a good one for me to ask. 'Cause I tweet about this kind of stuff a lot. Favorite inspirational quotes?
Oh, for fuck's sakes.
Oh,
You didn't see that coming, huh?
Oh,
This is right up my alley.
coach quotes.
We already said one. I mean,
I figured, yeah.
Yeah, it's well, I mean, I guess unoriginal and boring. That would be pretty much the only one I have. The failure is the mother to success. I think that's a reliable, like, I don't live by it. It's just one that always comes back into my head. It's like, okay, I messed this up. Now, how do I make it better?
I don't think you should like give yourself shit for it saying it's boring though. Like I think it's truly effective. Like even if you only have like one quote that's like that, I feel like it's like it shows that it's truly effective if it keeps coming up. Like you literally brought it up just in conversation, like not prompted or anything. So I think that shows something there. And I think it's a good quote.
Yeah, it's a solid one. Your turn, Parker.
My favorite quote of all time that I paraphrase, and it's funny because I'm pretty sure Rob Walker used it in his Behind the Siege video, which is, society grows great when old men plant trees whose shades they know they'll never sit in.
I've heard that.
Oh, I get it, because they're sowing the seeds for the future, but they know they're not going to sit in that.
They're thinking about the future and not themselves.
Yeah.
And I think that guides a lot of my philosophy, where there are things that I think that I and others and we should do that does not benefit us, and that if we stop being so short-sighted, that things will be drastically better. But there is a very pervasive belief that we do things for ourselves, often at the expense of those that come after us, and I think that that's selfish and wrong. So
well assessed.
What about you, Mr. Coach Quotes?
I got a couple, but I guess do I have to pick one?
I don't.
What do you mean? This is your question.
You can go wild.
You're setting up your own parameters.
It was plural. Okay. So I mean one that's really, I guess, that I hold dear, and I was kind of recently put on it a couple of years ago. But the Man in the Arena quote by Theodore Roosevelt.
Didn't Zoronic just tweet that?
Did he?
I think he just tweeted that.
I know DPZ from Dark Zero tweeted it the other day. I could have
sworn Zoronic tweeted it as well.
Zach has some good ones.
I love that one though. I think it's an important one to remind myself of, and I think it actually helped me like to remind myself of it in some situations. So that's one. And then there's another one that I'll paraphrase here. It's from, I believe it's Vince Lombardi. No, this one might be
the Lombardi Trophy. Guy was named after a trophy. Can you believe that?
But it's basically if you cheat yourself in practice, or let me find the exact one, man, because I don't want to fuck it up. It's basically, okay, if you cheat yourself in practice, you'll cheat yourself in a game, and if you cheat yourself in a game, you'll cheat for yourself for the rest of your life.
Right.
I think that's an important one to remind yourself of. Like literally I remind myself of it like every time I like consider like slacking or like getting lazy, like when I know I shouldn't, I just instantly in my head I just hear, don't fucking start that. Like don't start cheating yourself, and just reminding yourself like to stay on the right path and and not to build that bad habit. And then there's another one. It's one my dad. I think it's my
The
dad's
wall.
favorite quote. The wall. Yeah, I think it's his favorite quote that
He's gonna love this part.
he always mentions. This one's the Lombardi quote, and it's you'll either be fired with enthusiasm, or you'll be fired with enthusiasm. And I mean, I love that one, and I think people can kind of see that with me when I'm in game. I mean, I get into it because I mean, you got to.
Yeah.
It's contagious. But yeah,
Those last two really hit the same note. That's a good one.
Yeah. Those are
So,
good. I like
yeah.
those. For everybody that's watching this on YouTube, by the way, what's your favorite coach quote, motivational quote? Put it down in the comments below. By the way, there's our daily chat interaction. Just for everybody who later watches this.
Yeah,
that's a good one.
You know how I avoid slacking?
How?
Just never stopping.
You're like the Energizer buddy.
If you make it like the only thing you're doing or the only thing you're thinking about, then it's hard to slack because you like it is your slack. It's like, it's like you just wake up and that's what you're thinking about.
Oh, of course, yeah. I mean, it's it again is like building that habit, right?
Yeah, it's the habits. That's what it is. Yeah,
and that's the most important thing is that like reminding yourself basically not to cheat for like that first time, because if you do, that'll start to build that habit, and then all of a sudden you'll be in the opposite position, right?
Yeah.
All right. Well, with that said, I think we hit. It is 6:30 here. We hit the 4-hour mark, which is absolutely insane. But I figured would happen with Michael, who's for some reason, puzzlingly, his webcam has gone out of sync a number of times. It looks like mine has as well. I think Troy's is the only one that hasn't.
Well, the software we're using to get that webcam up there is rather old. So
yeah, unfortunately, we don't really have an easier way a lot of times. But I can go out of sync. It looks to be relatively fixed now, but we'll sort it out later on down the road. Anyway, I appreciate you coming on here. Where can we find you? Plug yourself. What are your socials, etc.?
It's at KiXSTAr TV on Twitter, and my Instagram is the same, but I don't really upload to YouTube anymore. My Twitch is just KiXSTAr, and that's it.
There you go. And he does stream. He does have a charm, by the way. If you're watching this, he has a charm in the game. So if you subscribe to him on twitch.tv and you have your accounts linked, you'll also get his charm. Also, hello, Young. Young just showed up and said, great episode. Really love this one. I don't know if he's kidding or if he just got here, but
it's good to see you, Young.
I think he actually enjoyed it, but he's also being sarcastic because that's his sense of humor.
Sounds about right for him.
It's a bit of both.
Well, with that said, that's the end of our 10th episode. We got a lot of feedback about it being too long, and we talked about maybe cutting it down because some people had reached out and said, maybe can you make it like 2 hours? Overwhelming consensus was no, keep it as long as you need it to. Put timestamps if people really want. And I mean, I think that's fine. If people don't want to go over certain topics, then that's okay. That's exactly what the timestamps are for. And then obviously that's Zantoo who does the timestamps. So thank you very much. Anyway, with that said, that's our 10th episode. I can't believe we've done this now for 2.5 months. This is insane. The support's been wild.
Impressive.
It's very impressive. This has been a long-term commitment. So I've enjoyed the hell out of it, and hopefully everybody else has liked it as well. Thank you for tuning in. We'll be live next Sunday. The goal is to just keep these going. There might be an off season. We might do it during the off season.
There's going to be a Sunday we're going to have to take off.
Yeah, for the major. I know that much. Yeah. But we don't know exactly when that is yet. So we'll update you when we know. For everybody that's watching, there's been a lot of people, by the way, that have been commenting on the YouTube video being like, could you please do timestamps? When the timestamps are in the description and also on the video. So I don't know how much more clear we can make it for people. But anyway, I
didn't even notice that thing about YouTube before, the timestamps in the video.
Yeah, it's literally on the little bar as you're trying to.
Cool feature.
I think Luke showed it to me. And I was like, damn, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, it's
He's
super
like, did you know they do this? And I was like, nope, no idea.
I honestly, and then there's every single episode, there's somebody being like, can you please put timestamps? And it's like, we do literally every episode. I don't know how to help you more than I've already helped you. But
And if you want, you can join the Discord and you can read Wally's checklist.
he does it himself.
Summarize this whole video.
I'll make sure that I actually put a Discord link in the video this time because I forgot last time. So I'm bad at that. Anyway, thank you everybody for tuning in. Take care of yourselves. Make sure that you follow KiXSTAr on all of his socials, all of his relevant socials, and we'll see you next Sunday. Thanks for watching.